Redo of Keare Volume 5 by Keare. Prologue. Diral Kingdom Territory, at Sherwood. Trouble keeps occurring over and over. I need to hurry to the king's side, and yet 3 days have already passed since the promised day. Keare. Sword Saint Keare Claylet was grinding her teeth. She was on her way back from finishing her task in the Sherwood forest that is west of the Diral Kingdom. A brutal demon appeared at the west, which ordinary soldiers can't compete against, so she was dispatched because the Sword Saint's power was needed. Even the demon that buried several hundred knights of the Diral Kingdom is not an enemy for the Sword Saint. The problem was after that. Her job was not just to defeat the demon, but had also included escorting a severely wounded person to the royal capital. However, the car wheel of the carriage the wounded person was on broke. The bridge collapsed, so they needed to take a detour, but they were attacked by a group of monsters. That kind of trouble happened frequently, so their return to the royal capital was drastically delayed. Normally, she should have reached the royal capital 3 days earlier, but it seems like it will still take another whole day. I feel like explaining this to the king will take up time. Phew, I am sick of this. Keare. She looks considerably worn out. Her prideful silver hair has darkened as well. It is not just from this incident that she is tired out by. A Sword Saint's job is extremely busy. The Diral Kingdom has lost its greatest fighting powers of their country, who are the hero of magic, Flare, and Hawkeye, one of the 3 champions. To fill up that gap, the Sword Saint is being overused. If she is late to the king's call this time, a good enough explanation is needed. She feels like galloping away on her horse by herself from the file of troops, but the demon she defeated this time had a powerful monster with it, and they were attacked by a different group of monsters the other day as well. If the body of troops transporting the wounded person were attacked without her, they will be helplessly defeated. Keare-sama, thank you for your hard work. The woman serving as Keare's attendant brings her tea. It used the tea leaves Keare likes, and it was brought at the temperature she prefers. As she has been serving her for a long time, she is thoughtful. Thanks. This helps. Keare. No, I am sorry for only being able to do this much. It was a beautiful fight this time as well. Keare smiles wryly. Although she said her purpose is to protect the Diral Kingdom, she has betrayed this country and is circulating information to the hero of healing and the hero of magic. She heard about Keare's group's activities in Brunica, the town where humans and demons coexist. The hero of magic, Flare, made a speech about humans and demons coexisting, and ending the war without fighting. She wants to increase the amount of towns like Brunica where humans and demons coexist, and that if they are able to achieve it in Brunica, it should be possible for other towns to do it. That seems to be a wonderful thing, but also feels difficult. For Keare, who is fighting at the front lines, she can tell, the long battle has left countless scars on the people's hearts. Important people were killed by the demons and monsters, and she knows of many knights that hold strong resentment, and that is probably the same for the demon side. Although it's an unnecessary war that was brought about by the Diral Kingdom because they wanted profit, neither side can be stopped. Even so, she will work hard, because this is that person's dream after all. Keare-sama, you are making gentle eyes. We have had a long acquaintance, but you have only started making those eyes after going to Ranalita. Did you have a wonderful meeting in Ranalita? Keare's face turns red. Then, she averts her face from her attendant and opens her mouth. It isn't like that. But, well, it isn't wrong that I had a wonderful meeting. Keare. After just saying that, Keare closes her mouth. She is embarrassed to the point of death. Her attendant kindly smiles, and didn't ask any further. It is because she knows that any more would trouble Keare. And then, her attendant chose to change the topic. Recently, the higher-ups have become kind as well. To think they would gather severely wounded people at the royal capital and heal them. That's true. There are military surgeons in remote regions as well, but for severely wounded people, they need the power of healing magicians in the capital or exclusive equipment. Keare. It's the same right now as well, but recently, the severely wounded people who the institutions and doctors in the countryside cannot deal with are carried to the royal capital, and are made to receive medical treatment. The royal capital takes the burden, and the knights that could only die without help could be saved, which raised the knights' morale. But, you hear bad rumors as well. They haven't returned since coming to the capital, or the people that came back have changed. My acquaintance said that it was as if their interior was changed with someone else. Keare smiles wryly at her attendant's words. You are worrying too much about it. They were severely wounded people, so it's not like everyone would be saved. Besides, they were on the verge of death from their injuries. They wouldn't just stay the same as they were before. Keare, that is true. But, Karura, she is my acquaintance. Her lover came back, but he is overflowing with tragic heroicness, so slightly changing is. Their conversation was interrupted. Their carriage came to a sudden stop. What happened? Keare raises her voice at the driver. It seems the wheels of the carriages in the back suffered damage. Again? How many times does this make? You go and help repair as well. Keare. Yes, Sword Saint Sama. As expected of a driver, a man that can do simple repairs was driving. Things like this happened multiple times, so their return was delayed. In the next moment, Keare felt something cold in the muscles along her spine. She checked the surroundings. Yana, could you exit the carriage and check the situation outside? Keare. Certainly. I will be off. The attendant goes outside. Keare puts her breathing in order and takes a stance. You have something to talk about, right? I have cleared out the people. Come out. Or else. Would you prefer me to come your way? Keare puts her hand on her sword. Then, one man appears from the shade. As expected of the Sword Saint Sama. To think you would notice me. Might you be an assassin? Keare. No, I have come to send a letter to you from my father. And, a verbal message. This country has already ended. Run away even if it's just by yourself, he said. After just saying that, the man hands her a large envelope and disappears in the darkness. Keare tears open the envelope. Inside it, there were multiple documents and one letter. An upside-down cross symbol has been stamped on it. She only knows one person who would use something like this on purpose. A comrade in arms of her late father, Arthur, and also someone who she has personally fought alongside with multiple times, the Diral Kingdom's strongest man. What exactly does Priest Bullet want from me? Keare, the man right now who said Bullet was his father is probably his shadow. Something he wanted to convey to me enough to use that shadow. She reads the letter with shaking hands. After that, she reads into the letter and the enclosed documents. No way. To think my connection with Keare was exposed. Besides, it's a lie. Keare opens her eyes widely. The contents of these were awfully unbelievable. Through Keare learned the other side of the Diral Kingdom. The Diral Kingdom was using their army to attack demi-human villages and sell them as slaves. Apart from that, they marked innocent villagers as heretics and burned them to death, as a lesson, and performed every possible wrongdoing. Even so, she hadn't thought their darkness was this deep. Putting the letter in her pocket, she left a letter addressed to her attendant and a necklace with the Claylitz family crest and rushed out. On it, this was written: Yana, I sensed the presence of a powerful demon. Go back, because proceeding any further on this path is dangerous. I will carry out separate actions from here. If you are troubled, rely on Marquis Rulubak. If you show that necklace and use my name, they won't be cruel to you. And then, she enhanced her physical ability with mana and ran. If this was true, informing Keare immediately is necessary. Priest Bullet's letter. It's been a while, Kureju. I have heard of your fame. Hearing that little Kureju who pestered Arthur and I to play with her became the current Sword Saint and is doing well makes me feel a mysterious feeling of happiness and loneliness. Kureju, I will enter the main question. The Diral King has a relationship with the Demon King and possesses a suspicious power. He is no longer human, and the king is also changing the knights of this country one by one into something that isn't human. It is under the pretense of gathering severely wounded people from various places to treat them. People who can't endure suspicious power turn into tragic corpses that aren't in a human shape, and the ones that endured it turn into something that's neither human nor demon. And these things that aren't human return to the countryside, becoming the king's eyes and limbs. You absolutely cannot return to the royal capital. The king who perfected the experimental technique to change people with a suspicious power wants the strongest pieces. The ones he will aim for will be heroes like me and other people like you. The king has called for you and I in secrecy. If we, the two strongest in the Diral Kingdom, fall into the king's hand, it will be the end of the Diral Kingdom. For this reason, I made my subordinates hinder your mission and made it so you can't go back to the king's side. I have arranged for this letter to reach you in case I cannot come back after heading to the king. If my bad prediction is correct when this letter reaches you, I am either dead, or have become something that is not human. Head to the hero of healing that has proceeded further past Veronica, and then, inform him of the kingdom's darkness that I investigated. This country has already ended. In the near future, the king will probably set out for world domination with the knights that have changed into something not human and the Demon King's troops. The only method to save this finished country is to defeat the Diral King together with the hero of healing and have Princess Flare govern it. Keare, please forgive me for only being able to entrust everything to you. And, I will tell you this to not make you misunderstand. It is fine for you to abandon this country. After delivering the envelope to the hero of healing and Princess Flare, it is fine to forget everything and live with the one you love. For you who has a strong sense of responsibility, you will probably choose the path of fighting, but if you are to choose that path, please stop your legs for a moment and think over it carefully. Because you are the daughter of my deceased friend Arthur, I want you to become happy. Make the option you won't regret. Lastly, if you are to choose the path of fighting, become a hero. From here on out, a human that has simply been trained well cannot put up with it. I have enclosed data about heroes that I have investigated in my lifetime. Heroes return. Many go to new lives. However, people that have the qualifications are pulled in. For you who is the most worthy of sword in this world, you will surely be able to achieve it. To my dear Keare, Bullet Hashranto, Chapter 1. After leaving the village, I have been running towards Veronica, to slip away without the Star Rabbit tribe noticing. I unfortunately had to leave the raptor behind. No matter how much I enhance my physical ability with mana, there's a limit to my speed, and on top of enhancing, because I recovery heal myself immediately once I feel fatigued, my mana consumption is terrific. When I was leaving, Keare, who had taken my appearance, said something bothering with a sleepy face. Master, originally, divine beast eggs can only be hatched by divine beasts or gods. Having enough mana is just a prerequisite. There's a meaning to why Master hatched Keare. What is really needed for hatching a divine beast is I said too much. Please forget it. Well, Master is quite that. It will be hard, but keep at it. Keare. I told her to continue because I was curious, but Keare didn't agree. When I was about to order her, she became desperate. Master will either see Keare dying from divine punishment by breaking the rules, or Keare breaking down and dying by continuously fighting against the command. Keare. And entreated like that, so I stopped. Even I wouldn't go so far as to kill Keare just to gain information. As expected of a divine beast, she is binded by some considerably mysterious rules. Or rather, I would prefer if she didn't wave that kind of dangerous story at me. If I think about it very optimistically, I could take it as her risking danger to try and tell me as much as possible about something she has to tell me. She might unexpectedly be a child that loves her master. I'll splurge on her souvenir a bit. While thinking about such things, I head to Veronica. That night, I slept alone after a long time. I feel lonely when I'm alone at night. Moreover, I throb severely. I want to embrace a woman. Keare. I miss Setsuna and Godot's body temperature. It might be nice to go to a brothel when I reach Veronica. For me who is only embracing the best women, I don't know if I will be satisfied with a brothel around there, but it will serve a distraction. I have arrived at Veronica after camping for one night. The scars engraved by the Diral troops that were led by Princess Norn are mostly gone. Humans and demons are both energetically working hard at business. I am relieved since there are no signs on the relationship between humans and demons deteriorating. In a way, This town is hope that can end the war. I prioritize revenge, but I want to contribute to world peace where possible. It is too lonely to end your life after just achieving your revenge. After all, if your life ended after just killing the guys you hate, it's the same as dying because of them. That is equivalent to defeat. I want to be happy after my revenge. For that reason, a peaceful and safe world is necessary. I wonder what I should after my revenge ends. Keare. It might be nice to go to some countryside and raise apples like I used to. I also want to make my specialty pies. I'm going to give lots of smiles from my apples and sweets. Actually, should I become Zeev's close aide once she becomes the Demon King and call myself the Black Knight? Setsuna wanted a child. If it's after my revenge ends, I can grant her wish. I'll continue loving Princess Flare and Princess Norna's Freya and Ellen. They are both my beautiful, obedient and lovely possessions, toys. If I use recovery heal, they can preserve their beauty. I'll make them serve me for their whole life. Maybe I'm tired, Keare. To think I would fantasize about such a naive future. However, part of me thinks it isn't bad. Oops. I shouldn't be spacing out. I need to quickly contact Keare. It will take a large sum, but there is a mailing trader in Branica that can send a letter to Ranalita. And I have a messenger in Ranalita for Keare. If I send a letter addressed to him, the letter should reach Keare. However, I am also hesitating. I am hesitating whether there is a need to call Keare over here just because there is a possibility that the Diral Kingdom is connected with the Demon King, and that there was a human clad in a black power. Because she is in the kingdom, there is information I could gain, and she has her own life. Even so, I have a terribly bad premonition. My bad premonitions have never been wrong. Therefore, I'll throw a letter so that she comes to Branica. Once I throw the letter, I plan to remain at Branica until she returns. Even if I do so, there's a limit. 10 days. If she doesn't come within 10 days, I'll give up. Even if Keare, a Platinum One-Tail, takes my appearance and Ellen, who excels at strategy, supports her, they can't deceive others for a long period of time, and the strategies against the Demon King will start. Since there's the possibility that sending just one letter might not be able to reach her because of an accident, I have requested 3 traders. It will be fine as long as one of them send the letter. There's a chance that the contents of the letter might be exposed, but I have used a special code that I decided on with Keare. It will take time for it to be exposed even if the contents are seen. Well then, all that's left is to wait. That being said, that's true. I hadn't thought about it. I'm still naive as well. Keare. I feel someone's gaze. In addition to that, they are filled with malice. While making a wry smile, I act like I haven't noticed and head to a back alley. And then, I run up the wall and up to the roof. Erasing my presence, I look at the situation below from the top of the roof. And then, a female and a male from the Star Rabbit tribe rush into the back alley panickingly. When I came to Branica last time, the Star Rabbit tribe wasn't there. But it seems that intelligence personnel have been deployed at Branica now. These two aren't amateurs. I know they are pros from their movement, eyes and way of erasing their presence. What should I do? It will be bad if they inform the others that they saw me at Branica. That being said, I don't have any particular resentment towards them right now. It contradicts my aesthetics to kill people I don't hate. Oh, I thought of something good. If I don't have a reason for revenge, I can just make a reason for revenge. I jump down from the roof. It seems you are tailing me, but what do you want? Keare. The pair from the Star Rabbit tribe pull out their knife and take a stance. One is a slender and seemingly strong-willed woman. The other one is a dark-skinned man. I feel hostility. Good, just a bit more. I don't have any hostility towards you. I just want you to tell me why you chased after me. Keare. I smile at them. And then, they exchange glances. Yana, there's a chance we have been found out. We can't let him escape, but don't kill him. I know. Having Eve's extra will become a good hand to play. The two jump with terrific force. The Star Rabbit tribe's trait is a tremendous jumping power. I'm surprised to think they plan on taking me alive. On top of that, I'm just an extra that came with Eve. Even me, who is gentle and gentlemanly, will want to kill them if they underestimate me this much. Phew moo. I was planning to make a lame excuse that I came to buy delicious alcohol in Brinica in the worst case scenario. But if they're coming to attack me like this, I can take a different choice. It seems that the two are coordinating, and they rushed on me as if tucking me in between them. The woman came from the front and the man drew near from the back. Without turning around, with the Sword Saint's all-seeing ability, I can feel everything of the ones that step into my sword range. I enter a concentrated state where every moment feels stretched longer. The man thrust with his knife, aiming at my back. He's the fastest in short distance. He is skilled. However, it's not like I can't deal with it. From the shape, it most likely has poison smeared on it. When my stance crumbles after dodging it, the woman slashes at me with her knife. Is what she pretended to do, and actually aimed for my chin with a kick. Receiving that with my palm, I jump back and kill its power. That's cruel. Even though I wanted to talk, to think you would suddenly rush at me. If something like this is done to me, I have no choice but to fight. Even though I didn't want to fight. Keare. The man and woman star rabbits make a dubious face. This has become fun. Now I can freely take revenge. After all, I was stabbed at with a knife and my chin was kicked at. These guys shouldn't be able to complain even if I kill them. Hey, I don't understand what this guy is saying. Same here. He's probably insane. What cruel things are they saying? After violence, it's violence with words. My glass-like delicate heart has been hurt. How many sins do they have to accumulate until they are satisfied? Well, this is fine. I wanted to hear them out. After going to that village, I had always thought of taking 2 or 3 of them, making their minds go blank with drugs, torture them and make them spill everything. Despite that, the Star Rabbit tribe in the village just put up their welcoming front, so I wasn't given a chance to do that. I am kind to the people that don't hurt me. However, thankfully, people from the Star Rabbit tribe that I can finally kill and break have come. I can't let go of this chance. Ah, how cruel. You're too cruel. I'll make you repent. Keare. I take a deep breath, square off, and then beckon them, probably because he can't stomach that. The man once again jumps at me. Matching that timing, I activate the Godspeed step, Grand Shrinker. From there, I draw my sword at Godspeed, and release the hidden art that was thoroughly tempered by the Sword Saint, Decapitation Moon. From the speed of his own charge and my ultra Godspeed that of 2 Godspeeds piled on top of each other, the Star Rabbit man's head was separated from his body without him even knowing what happened. There are 2 of them. Killing one is fine. After all, if I'm torturing someone, I would prefer the woman over the man. Hi, Nelson was. The woman escapes. Even though her comrade was killed, to think she would escape instead of take revenge. What trash. She needs to be trained. With her strong legs that are characteristic to the Star Rabbit tribe, she tries to forcibly run away with all her strength. Even I don't think I can catch up. However, I don't even need to catch up. No matter how fast she is, this is a straight path. Rather than running, a throwing knife is faster. Keare. I pick up the poison knife the man was holding, and throw it. It pierced very deeply into the Star Rabbit tribe woman's back. The woman collapsed. It seems her body has become numb and she can't move. Phew. They smeared paralysis poison her. To think they would stab at me with this. How cruel. Their charges will be increased. I'll also make the woman atone for the man's share who readily died easily. I slowly walk onto her knee, destroying it. Hijia. All right. Now she can't escape even if the paralysis poison fades. I grab hold of the woman's hair and face it up. Looking at her carefully, I can see she has a tightened body, strong-willed face, black ponytail, white rabbit ears and a cute, round tail. She's quite a beauty, and also has her loveliness. That reminds me, I'm saved up because I spent a night alone after so long. All right. I'm going to torture her and make her spit out information anyways. After I drug her, I'll rape her and pleasantly release everything. Both this woman and I will be happy, so everyone will be happy. Her pain isn't enough with this. It's not enough as revenge. Having a soft spot for women is one of my weaknesses. Please, more, give me more drugs, and that. The Star Rabbit tribe woman is entreating while kneeling on the ground nude. When I told her I'll give it to her if I feel like it, she worked hard to service me. She's unskillful because she isn't used to men. But I'm not in a bad mood because I was just thirsting for woman. I can endure. Her appearance isn't that bad either. Her voluptuous legs especially stimulate me. The legs of the Star Rabbit tribe are nice. That being said, I can't draw out any more information than this. I have become quite tired of this. I should end it soon. I behead her. It's to seal her mouth. I have no need for her as an information source and as a woman. I hadn't expected much since she was a terminal, but I got more information than I thought I would. Keare. This woman told me about various things. The Star Rabbit tribe's connection with the Demon King. The reason why she rushed at me after seeing me. Their intention for dispatching intelligence personnel to Ranalita. Those narrow-eyed Star Rabbits. Carol is more capable than I thought he was. As a result, I'm lucky I was found by these guys. On top of receiving information, she let me refresh myself. Well, the sun will set soon. I guess I'll find her in for today. The first day of waiting for the Sword Saint ended with a good sign. Chapter 2. 3 days have passed since I came to Baranica. When I arrived at Baranica, I stupidly exposed myself, which let the Star Rabbit tribe find me. Since I learned from that, I have changed my appearance with Recovery Heal. I'm sorry to Setsuna and Co., but because I don't have much to do, I have been restfully spreading my wings. In the shortest period of time, it would at least take 4 more days for Keare to come. At this rate, I'll become a hopeless case. Keare. Since I also have a surplus of money, I ended up living while doing whatever I want. At this rate, my body will grow dull. I should do a bit of exercise. Deciding that, I went outside. I went towards the forest and am currently hunting. The only thing I can think of doing is increasing my level. I smile wryly at myself. From the start, I didn't have any hobby-like hobbies. Raising apples and hunting. If I had free time, I would make sweets with apples and sell them to earn extra money, and other than that, I used to swing a sword while dreaming about becoming a hero someday. It's too lonely. I guess I'll make a hobby-like hobby. That area is probably my task from now on. To live a fulfilling and happy life, I need to find a hobby. I might even start fishing. While thinking about such things, I hunted monsters. It's been a while, but my skill in the bow hasn't declined. Keare. Since I used it for hunting back in the village, I can more or less use a bow. I didn't copy another person's experience and techniques, but they are techniques I trained well by myself. It matched my nature, so hunting with a bow is quite fun. I killed another monster. The one I killed is a tiny squirrel monster. Its size is small, but it can easily smash a human skull, and is a monster with brutal teeth and jaw. It's a monster I haven't fed to Setsuna and company, and it possesses the genetics in it. I will properly smoke it and bring it back. They will become stronger again. Moreover, I can find quite a few from just searching for them. Keare. While searching for monsters, I have been carefully looking at the surroundings. It's to find medicinal plants and mushroom to use as ingredients for my potion-making hobby that has actual profit. As I am usually desperately babysitting, I don't get around to it that much. I'm happy I could find toxic and highly effective ingredients this close to the town. As expected of the demon's territory, it's because the atmosphere and ground in this area is densely filled with mana. What should I make? Keare. I have specially obtained such wonderful ingredients. It would be a waste not to make a new potion. I have made a satisfactory aphrodisiac potion already, and it's been verified enough by Setsuna and company. It's about time to begin a different potion. It's convenient to have things like paralysis poison and nerve poison. Truth serums are charming as well, but I don't need it as long as I can peek through their memories. With Recovery Heal, I'll make an extraordinary paralysis poison by combining the monster poison I had been saving up bit by bit during hunts and using the ingredients I harvested today. I feel like I will be able to make something good. A paralysis poison that will make them fully conscious, despite not being able to move a single finger, and give them enough pain to make them think that dying would be better. The good part about this is that they are not even allowed to cut off their tongues. Since they can't even let out a voice, They can be quietly appreciated. If I think about it carefully, this might be my current hobby. Alright, I'll put in a lot more spirit into making potions than I was before. It's quite a productive hobby, so it's nice. Since I took a break from monster hunting and medicinal plant gathering, I go out to the highway from the forest. I exercised well, so I feel like I'll be able to comfortably sleep today. I grasp the hilt of my sword. That's quite a wild way of riding. Keare. I can hear a sound from far away. It's the footsteps of a raptor, and they are considerably violent. They must be making the raptor excessively run. A dispute is happening. I invoke Jedi to enhance my eyesight, and look in their direction. With this Jedi, I can see them without a problem even if they are a long way off. Wow, Keare. I unintentionally raised a strange voice. The one who was riding the raptor is Sword Saint Keare. With her silver hair waving in the air, she is desperately riding the raptor. The raptor is blowing bubbles, and it seems like it will collapse at any time. Impossible. I called Keare to Branica. However, thinking about the number of days, the letter shouldn't have even arrived yet. Besides, her appearance is weird. For someone who takes care of her personal appearance, Keare's clothes are unusually dirty and her hair is disarrayed, as if she hasn't groomed herself at all. Is she being chased by someone? Keare. Behind her, there are two raptors that are being straddled by knights. It seems that Keare is being chased by the knights and is escaping. Keare's raptor that continued being overworked fainted and collapsed. It must have reached its limit from being overused. She immediately dealt with the sudden tumbling, splendidly landed, and took a stance after drawing her sword. The two knights stopped their raptors, drew their sword and prepared to charge. It appears that Keare intends on fighting them. That gives me a sense of discomfort. If she's drawing her sword because they caught up with her, she should have counterattacked much faster. Keare should be able to easily defeat just two knights. I forcefully run like the wind through a shortcut in the forest's crooked highway. There shouldn't be any need for covering her, but I have a bad premonition. This face would make me appear like an enemy. Transformation heal. Keare. I return to my Keare appearance. Keare and the two knights riding raptors collide with each other. Just before that, I jump right in between Keare and the knights, drawing my sword. Keare, you came faster than I thought you would. Keare. When I said that, Keare's beautiful, sky blue eyes became round from surprise. Keare. Why, did you come to save me? Keare. As you can see. Keare. Without even caring that I appeared, the knights riding raptors brandished their swords. One went for Keare, and the other one attacked me. I dodge it, and stroke his wrist with a sword. Then, his artery is cut off, flowing out blood like a water fountain. His charges are that he tried to kill me with his sword, and that he tried to attack Keare, who is my property. That much is enough for his charges. It's worthy of certain death. Keare. Don't drop your guard. Keare, who is fighting the other knight, shouts, "This must be a lie. Is this guy even human?" Keare. While his blood is still spurting out like a water fountain, the knight turned and slashed at me. I stop that sword. Heavy. His physical strength is unthinkable for an ordinary knight. What is this power? It's impossible for his sword power to not fall at all with the amount of blood he lost. When I enhance my physical power with mana and repel his sword with all my strength, the knight took distance. Let alone collapsing from losing blood. His blood stopped, and even the spurted out blood turned into black fog, returning to him. Keare. What are these guys? I at least know they aren't human. Keare. I don't know either. At the very least, they were originally human. Keare. Probably because Keare is accustomed to fighting with these guys. She aims for their legs. It seems that cutting off their legs and taking distance serves as a way of stalling. Of course, their severed legs either immediately stick back on or grow, letting them rush at you immediately. I really can't keep going on with this. It's impossible with a sword. There's no need to be fixated on swords. I'll efficiently dispose of them. Thinking that, I change my abilities with transformation heal and allot my status to specialize in magic power. The knights who took distance charge at me while accelerating their raptors. I extend my hand straight out and, if they don't die from being cut, I'll burn them to nothing. Rank 3 Magic, Firestorm. Keare. I release a storm of fire. Unlike Freya, I compensate for the lack of power increasing skills by distributing my status to specialize in magic offensive power. Even so, I can't use any transcendental magic that surpasses rank 6 magic like Freya. I released the advanced level magic, rank 3 Firestorm, just like its name. It's magic that creates a storm of fire. Together with the raptor, the knight becomes wrapped in fire. When fighting a monster that has higher regeneration abilities, burning them is the best thing. If they become ash, they can't regenerate for shit. Keare, you are too unreasonable. Not only recovery, heal and fencing, to think you have even mastered magic. Keare, I'm confident in the number of hands I can play. Keare, you said they were originally human, but do you know something? Keare, they were originally knights. If I made a single mistake, I would have become like that too. Keare, a human who is clad in black mana. Those words come to mind. No way. Did the Diral Kingdom obtain a technique to remake a human into such a monster? At any rate, I'm glad I met you right now. It's a good thing the letter reached you early. Keare, why do you know about Priest Bullet's letter? Keare, what are you talking about? Keare, thanks to Priest Bullet, I was able to escape from the clutches of the Diral King to gain the strongest pieces under his control. He was trying to die Priest Bullet and I with the black power the knights had right now. Priest Bullet realized that plan, and sacrificed himself to let me escape. Keare, Priest Bullet sacrificed himself to let Keare escape. That's not a funny joke. It sounds as if that Shota Homo psychopath is a good person. I look at Kira's eyes. At the very least, it doesn't look like a joke. Let me hear about it in more detail later. So you escaped here by following Priest Bullet's words, and not my letter, right? Keare, correct. Keare, that being said, you did well escaping. It must have been the worst compatibility for you who can only use sword techniques. Keare, that's true. Every time they caught up with me, I either killed or stole the raptor they were using, and finally cut them up into pieces of meat. But even so, stalling for time was my limit, and they would immediately return to normal. Besides, unlike me, since they don't feel fatigue, I couldn't shake them off. Because of that, I couldn't get any decent sleep for around 2 days. Keare, that's a nightmare. The worst assumption is that all the knights and soldiers in the Diral army become like this. I can tell from exchanging blows with a sword, they have become unbelievably strong. Furthermore, they are immortal. I don't want to imagine a knight order that is made up of those kinds of knights. No country could win against them. The amount of magicians that can use high-ranking fire magic are so few that they are countable. They would be taken down in the blink of an eye. Oi, this must be a joke. This much Keare. Despite burning them to ashes, the smoke and ashes gathered in one spot, making a human shape. I have never seen such an absurd regeneration before. It's even impossible for monsters that specialize in regeneration. I guess I'll use my last resort. I run up to the knights that steadily return to a human shape and touch them with my hand. Deterioration heal. Keare, I use the most offensive recovery heal I have. That is a power which changes them into a wrong form. The knights completely repair into the shape I change them to. Keare, what exactly is this? Keare, I remade them into a form that doesn't function as a human. Keare, I'm experimenting various things. I made one person have their blood that flowed out from the heart stop and unable to travel to their other internal organs, returning directly to the heart. I made another person have their limbs unable to move. They won't die, but they can't move a single step, and all they could do was squirm while saying or. Why are they unable to regenerate? Keare, they can regenerate. However, my deterioration heal distorts their correct shape. His condition where he can't move a single step is his regenerated appearance. Not being able to die is more pitiful this way. Keare, I dig a hole with earth magic and then I drop the knights in it and cover them with dirt. That is Kearuga's power. It is tremendous. Keare, as long as I can touch them, there's nothing I can't break. Keare, and even that weakness has been conquered by the god-made treasure tool Georgius. Rather than that, I'm glad you're safe, Keare. After hearing there is a sign of unrest in the Diral Kingdom, I couldn't stand still and waited at Veronica after sending a letter. The letter was for nothing, but I'm happy I can meet you again like this. Keare. I embrace Keare. Keare blushes and returns the embrace. I am also happy I met you. I almost cried when you came to save me. Keare. Keare's eyes are wet. I put my lips on her lips. Keare doesn't resist. Then, we entangle our tongues. Since she was fighting in a risky, life-or-death situation just before, her instincts are trying to make her leave behind jeans. Keare becomes aroused. Keare is rubbing her inner thighs. I rented an inn. Let's continue after moving to the inn. Or else, do you want to rest first? You haven't slept for a long time after all. Keare. No. I want you to love me first. Let's do it straight after I clean my body. I always yearn for you and I was about to turn strange. Keare. She tempts me with obscene eyes. She's a good girl. I'll give her plenty of love today. Giving love to Keare's trained adult body is different to the usual, and I feel like I will be able to enjoy myself. Chapter 3. After returning to the inn, Keare and I took hot water and cleaned our bodies before making love. Even I, who doesn't mind the sweat and smell of a woman, had it a bit tough with embracing Keare when she had been showered with plenty of the immortal night's blood. Keare is sleeping, from the fatigue of her escape, the relief of meeting me, the pleasure from sex, and so on. She must have not been able to maintain her consciousness. She fainted while climaxing, and is sleeping comfortably. To think that Keare would become like this. Keare. It has been a long time since Keare and I made love. It seems she was quite lonely during the time we were separated, so Keare was unbelievably disordered and was seeking me. She has a beautifully proportioned figure, and yet is in a good state. She gladly accepted the things that even company who have stamina cannot do. It was an extremely fun time. Her sleeping face is also lovely. I softly brush her prideful silver hair. It feels good and silky. Good grief. I can't believe it. That Bullet is helping another person. I always thought his exterior side was good, but I didn't think it was to this extent. Keare. I had received an envelope from Bullet addressed to Freya and I from Keare. I look at the letter and the many documents he created from investigating, and hold my head in my arms, especially the letter addressed to Keare. It's flooding with consideration to Keare and self-sacrifice, and makes it look like that Shota dedicated psychopath homo is a good person. In reality, he must be a good person in Keare's eyes. He's her father's friend and a kind, gentle old man. Apart from the distorted inclination towards boys of the same sex, the man called Bullet is classified as a good person. However, that one fault is fatal. There's no way I could forgive him. Shit. Diral King. You fucking snatched my prey. Keare. The revenge plan against Bullet I was thinking of has become nothing. My original plan was to use myself as bait. In the first world, as if it was his favorite quote, he would always call me cute. He kept chanting that I was the ideal boy and was attached to me. In short, by just appearing in front of him with Keare's appearance, he will probably try and make me his own no matter what methods he takes. Once he obtains me, he will try to strike his own sexual desire into me. The moment he exposes a gap like that, I'll shoot my specially made paralysis poison into him and slowly enjoy my revenge. If I do that, I will easily be able to make him powerless and my excuse for revenge will be perfect. That was how it should have been. However, if I were to believe Keare's story and Bullet's letter, it means that Bullet has already become like the Knights. It's pointless to take revenge on such an empty, living corpse that doesn't even have a fragment of himself and is just a ruin of what he once was. As if my hatred will settle from just breaking a puppet that just moves and doesn't feel fear, pain, despair, nor hatred. I want to take revenge on Bullet, that crazy psychopath Shota homo, engraving a trauma in him, and making him go insane from just looking at young boys. My revenge will only be accomplished if I corner him that far. Shit, even though I redid it at great pains, to think I can't take revenge on the one I want to take revenge on the most. As if I can allow this unreasonableness. No, remember. Would that man easily fall to the enemy's hands? That man would have surely done something. I already knew about his tenacity and habit of not giving up. Keare. Tenacity to definitely not let prey he has aimed at escape. He survives through any hopeless situation. I don't know any man that is more tenacious than him. I learned many things from looking at that man's back. Being wary and thoroughly prepared are things I obtained from him. In other words, Bullet is my target of revenge while also being my teacher. Would Bullet do exactly as someone like the Diral King wants? That must be a joke. Furthermore, he gathered this much information beforehand. He won't do something like letting go of himself. He has surely laid some kind of trap. There is probably a meaning to him using Keare as a messenger to leak information to Freya and I. If Bullet has preserved himself, then there is a chance I can take revenge. I definitely won't let you escape, Bullet, until I finish breaking you. My revenge won't end. Keare. He is probably seeking me as well. Surely he's seen at least a portrait of Keare. And being interested in it, he searched my footprints. There's no way he can't fall for me. There's also no way he won't seek me either. It's annoying to admit it, but in a way, we have mutual thoughts. We strongly seek each other. I want to quickly meet you. Bullet. I wait for Keare to wake up. I'm not going to wake her up, since she is quite exhausted mentally and physically, so I'll wait for her to wake up naturally. Even if recovery heal can heal her body's fatigue, it can't heal her mind's fatigue. I should stay quiet for now. During that time, I repeatedly read the documents Bullet left. He did quite a good job investigating this much. The connection between the Demon King and the demons, the important human who is thought to be polluted, the Diral King's specific plan that he has towards world domination, and the interaction between Keare and I. Through me, he is trying to bring the distress of the Diral Kingdom to Princess Fleur. But there is something that bothers me. It's the document regarding heroes. A hero's meaning of life is written on it. Not the adventure stories and myths that have been talked about, nor what people desire. It's about what role heroes fulfill in the world. If this was officially announced, it would result in a death penalty. It's blasphemy towards heroes. However, it strangely makes sense while reading it. I ended up assenting to the meaning to why the world brings forth heroes. As a hero, I just can't help but assent to it. The hand that's turning over the page naturally starts moves faster. What came to a halt in my eyes next is the entry where he wrote about the system of heroes. Standard facts regarding heroes. 1. Only 10 can appear at the same time in the world. 2. If a hero dies, a new hero is born. 3. Being chosen as a hero only happens when you grow of age and receive your class. 4. A level limit doesn't exist for heroes. 5. 2 times the normal experience points is given to the parties that heroes are in. 6. Releasing another person's level limit by giving them body fluids is possible. The success rate of semen is high. The success rates of things other than that is extremely low. I also know this much. The problem is the continuation of this. 7. In case a hero dies, on average, it will take 2 years for the next hero to be chosen. 8. During the period of time in 7, if there is someone compatible with a mark that a dead hero possessed appears, there is a possibility for them to be elected. According to the past documents, people that have qualifications can be drawn in by heading to a singularity points. I didn't know about these two. In a different document, it states what a singularity point is, and it is like the place where I obtained my jade eyes, where the spirit and the human world is connected. The importance of the course of the stars is the same as when I got jade eyes. I spread a map, I carefully read Bullet's documents, and plot several singularity points. And then, I calculate the cycle of the stars and choose one place among the singularity points that is the best timing for the course of the stars. No way. It's 50 kilometers ahead and we have to reach it by the day after tomorrow. And the hero that is dead right now is Sword. Is it a coincidence? Keare. A singularity point that coincidentally is in a position where we can reach it. We can coincidentally reach it in 2 days, and the one that is dead is coincidentally perfect for Keare. Sword. There isn't anyone more worthy of Sword than her in this world. It feels intentional when it is to this extent. I hear a sound from behind me. It seems Keare has woken up. Good morning, Keare. Keare. Good morning, Keare. Keare. As expected of spending intense time together, Keare is being bashful. And then, she pesters me with her eyes. I wryly smile, and pile my lips on hers. Keare is a spoiled child. Keare, I have one request. Keare, is it about heroes? Keare, yes, I will fight together with you from now on. I can't leave the Diral Kingdom alone. I am inadequate to fight together with you right now. Therefore, I want the power of a hero. Even after looking at the documents Priest Bullet left behind, there weren't any singularity spots nor times when they would appear. But I thought if it's you, Keare. I have already read it carefully. I am hesitating because I only found one place that we can actually reach after deciphering it. But if we don't reach it in 2 days, there are no other options except waiting for a year or waiting for 2 years. In short, it's as if the time and place is being specified. To put it simply, it's extremely easy to set up a trap. It feels like I'm being called over with evil intentions with fake information. However, quite advanced knowledge is required to decipher it. In that aspect, setting up a trap is quite a high gamble. I understand. Let's go. Look at the map. As far as I've seen from the course of the stars, a singularity point will appear tomorrow night, 50 kilometers from here. And if we let go of this chance, the next time will be in a year's time. Keare, it seems I have to go. Keare. There was a light of determination in Keare's eyes. Even if the possibility of it being a trap is high, I can't let go of a chance to make Keare a hero. We have no choice but to go. Even if there is a trap, I will deal with it. We will depart tomorrow morning. There's time until then. Let's make love. I'm feeling like I still haven't connected with you enough. Keare. I was actually thinking that too. I didn't say it because I didn't want you to think I am an indecent woman. Keare immediately rests her body weight onto me. There's a sweet smell. I like indecent girls more. Let's make love at once. Keare. She nods while blushing. And then, I push her down and indulge in her lips. Even if it's a trap, it doesn't matter. If there is a trap, I'll tear through that trap and make them regret trying to set me up. Chapter 4. I departed from Branica together with Keare. Since I left Branica, I restored my Keare face. Because a star rabbit spy was sent out to the town, I needed to change my face apart from when I was inside the inn. As I thought, my real face fits nicely. Well, my Keare face is also fake, but since I've used it for a long time, I'm attached to it. I don't like my Keare face. It's too cute and isn't manly. Above all, it makes me remember unpleasant things. And now, we are currently fighting monsters in the forest. I sense monsters trying to attack Keare from her blind spots with detection magic. I tried to urge caution into Keare, but I stopped. She should properly be able to see. She doesn't have any weak spots, so even if she's attacked from a blind spot, she should be able to deal with it without any problems. She has the Sword Saint's ability All-Seeing, that makes her skin feel everything in her sword distance. She displays that power. A leopard with purple body hair rushes on Keare from her back. The leopard has perfectly erased its sound and presence. Far from ordinary, not even an elite adventurer would be able to notice that approach. The name of that monster is Cyan Leopard. A monster that is feared as the professional killer of the forest. Once it reaches her sword range, Keare is able to feel the monster's approach with All-Seeing, but on the contrary, Keare will not be able to notice it until it reaches a distance of a few meters. She ended up allowing its approach up until just 2 meters. On top of that, it's from her back, which is hard to deal with. It should be impossible to deal with the overwhelming speed of the Cyan Leopard. If she was an ordinary person, that is, the next moment after it sprung onto Keare's back, the Cyan Leopard's head and body was divided, and then, it was struck on the ground. Tremendous sharpness. I could only see it as a flash of silver. That skillfulness in the sword is amazing. Keare. I did well getting off safely after being attacked at by her in the past. Let alone one step. If I made even half a step of a mistake, it wouldn't have been strange if I turned out like this. Her strength does not come from the powerful abilities peculiar to a sword saint, like All-Seeing and Divine Sword, nor does it come from her powerful skills. It comes from the strength of her mind and her sword technique that makes the best use of those abilities and skills. Keare. That skillfulness in the sword is amazing. Keare. No, it is still not enough. I can still only see my sword distance after all. I want to extend my awareness outside of this range. Keare. That is one of Keare's few weaknesses. When it surpasses the range that her sword can reach, her enemy searching ability suddenly falls. She's at a disadvantage against opponents with long-range attacks. If it's just an arrow or a thrown stone, can't you just cut it away even if it's after it enters your sword range? Keare. That's true, as long as it's slower than the speed of sound. I should be able to do something about it. Keare. This is why the Sword Saint is troubling. Carefully trained techniques, sharpened senses. These aren't compensated for by her status or abilities. In a sense, they can be called true strength. Even though you say that, you are the real amazing one. I only have the sword, but you really can do anything. Keare. I guess. Now we won't be bothered for our dinner today. Keare. There is a badger monster in my hand. I killed it with a throwing knife after finding it with detection magic. Keare is surprised by my skill in throwing knives. Keare is surprised, but it isn't something that I can be that confident about. No matter how far I go, I'm a healing magician. Apart from the skills I have from being a healing magician, even if I can copy abilities, I can't copy skills, so I can't go any further than first class. And I'm no match for the best. Even if I can copy the experience of sword techniques, the experience I copy is specialized for the body of the owner of that experience, and so it degrades when it is implemented with my body. For this reason, combination and cleverness is important. The sun will set soon. Let's make preparations for camping. Monsters in the demon's territory are strong. It's better to just rest at night. Keare. That's true. I have gotten hungry as well after all. Keare. We laugh together. Today has been a calm day. I feel at ease with Keare. After all, I constantly have to be on my nerves when I'm with Eve, Freya, and Ellen. Ellen is a complete amateur, and I have to pay attention to both Eve and Freya, who are careless. They are only amateurs that possess powerful offensive abilities. They are extremely weak against surprise attacks. They might easily die from some small mistake, so I can't let my eyes off of them. However, Keare can handle it by herself without me having to worry about her. Thanks to that, it has become quite an easy trip. Even after we meet up with Setsuna and Co., I feel like it will be easier with Keare there. I will no longer need to cover everyone after all. We began making preparations for camping. I pour a monster protection potion onto the fire. This is a special potion that once evaporated, will release a smell that monsters instinctively hate. And then, I begin cooking. Today's main is a hedgehog monster. I remove the poison with purification, peel off the skin and disassemble it. You can even cook her. Keare. If I couldn't, it would be hard to go on a journey. There are few times when you can stop by towns after all. It's generally just camping, so if you want to eat something good, you have to make it by yourself. Keare. The amount of times you camp when going on a journey can't help but increase, and there are no decent things like restaurants. That is true. My journey after slipping away from the Diral Kingdom was tough. Keare. What exactly did you eat? Keare. Bread, salt and dried meat. Keare. That must have been a tiring journey. Having that kind of meal every day sounds depressing. Keare. I wryly smile, and replace my abilities with Transformation Heal. It's the offensive magic, all, ability I copied from Princess Flare. I prepare water with my water attribute magic. I'm glad I copied Princess Flare's ability. Being able to use the 4 great attribute magic in one slot is basically foul play. In Journey, water and fire magic is extremely useful. There aren't many times when you are fortunate enough to have a water source nearby, and even if you obtain water, you will get diarrhea unless it's distilled. Furthermore, it's necessary to carry heavy and bulky water during a journey. Water magic will let you easily obtain cold and hygienic water. With just that, a journey will become considerably comfortable. Fire is also important. Live trees are hard to burn, and dried wood or other things that can be used as fuel aren't quite easy to obtain. Having the firepower to get rid of the moisture in live trees and forcefully burn them is appreciated. That smells delicious. Keare. We're having soup today, Keare. I dissolved hardened and dried dice-shaped lards that is seasoning needed into hot water. With just this, a delicious soup can be made. I cook the hedgehog's meat, and throw it into the soup. After enough heat has passed through it, I throw in wild plants that I harvested from the forest. Since I luckily obtained naturally growing potatoes in the mountain, I also put those in. While taking out the scum, I taste it when the heat passes through it all. I take out salt and seasoning from my bag and adjust the taste. All right, it's finished. I put in a big serving, and pass it to Keare. It's done. Eat up, Keare. Thanks, Keare. Today, we are just having this soup. Before leaving the town, we prepared for our journey, so we have hard-baked bread and the like. But since I harvested some potatoes, we secured carbohydrates. I'll preserve the bread. Delicious. I didn't think I would be able to eat such a delicious meal in the forest. The potato is soaked in the soup's flavor and it is fantastic. There is plenty of meat as well, so it will give me strength. Keare, there's still another serving. It seems like your body has weakened, so eat as much as you want. Keare. Yes, I will do that. Keare. Because of her poor eating habits these past few days, Keare's body has weakened. I need to have her get nutrition. Can I have another serving? Keare. This is the last one. Eat it while savoring it. Keare. The soup I made in a larger portion to use for tomorrow's breakfast has become empty since Keare had many servings. I will need to think up a different menu for breakfast. Well, she ate it that deliciously. I can accept this much labor. Using water magic, I wash the cookware and tidy it up. And then, while I'm putting away the seasoning, Keare makes a curious face. Even though you are on a journey, you carry various types of seasoning. Keare. It's because I'm on a journey. Keare. What I had taken outside was the solid soup base, salt, and a spice called cardamom. Apart from this, I have various other things as well. Keare. It's troubling if she's surprised from just this. I take out honey, the salty fermented seasoning, corn miso, that I bought from Branica, and different types of dry herbs from my bag. I am surprised. I thought you wouldn't have the room to care about taste while traveling. Keare. That's wrong. Traveling doesn't just take 1 or 2 days. Traveling is painful and has no amusements. And you would feel depressed if tough days where even your meals are bad, right? It would be fine if you just became depressed, but at the end even your mind will give in. Tasty meals make those tough journeys enjoyable. It's the greatest medicine for journeys. Keare. I smile at her, and Keare mumbles, I see, that is true. It made a deep impression to my body when I was traveling by myself. I don't want to see hard bread and dried meat that I have to soften with my saliva. Keare. It's not just the taste, nutrition is important as well. Since honey is high in calories, it can even be used as a separate item. It raises your body's power of resistance, and warms you up. When you have insufficient salt, it becomes hard to move. These spices erase the smell of the animal meat that is so smelly that it's inedible. And it also has a counteraction effect. A human's body is unexpectedly weak. Especially when they are on a journey, without enough knowledge and cooking skill, you will break in the blink of an eye. Keare. I learnt that after having it pierced into my mind. However, it's useless if you just fill your stomach. In the first world, I had a perfect support until midway, but from then, it seems I was carried by Bullet. Apart from Bullet, the only one that was able to earn a living was the broken me. Even with that appearance, his survival techniques and cooking techniques were excellent. That is true. If for example I were to go on a journey by myself, I probably wouldn't even last a month. I thought my food would be supplied by the army. Keare. When you're on journey, being able to procure food locally is the basics. The method of handling beasts, the way of distinguishing between edible wild plants and mushrooms, and the way of finding them. And this is the important part, but animal flesh that is native to the forest is generally unappetizing. To eat unappetizing food deliciously, cooking techniques and this much seasoning is necessary. Keare. If you don't seek flavor, just salt is fine. But having just that wouldn't make a decent dish. When that happens, instead of your body, your mind breaks. To have an enjoyable journey, even if it's slightly heavier, I don't let go of seasoning. Fufu, you're amazing. Keare. Hey, could you teach me various things while we travel? How to provide food for yourself in the forest, and how to cook. Apart from that, how to set up camp as well. Keare. Of course. It will definitely become useful if you remember it after all. Keare. Like that, I drove various survival skills into Keare. Keare enjoyably listened to my story. It had completely become dark. When I looked up at the sky, I could see the stars shining. The movement of the stars are exactly as I had calculated. If it's like this, the singularity point should be born tomorrow, just as planned. And as long as it's not a trap from Bullet, Keare should become a hero, becoming stronger than she is now. While I am looking forward to that, I am also scared because it feels like I am dancing on the palm of Bullet's hand. Bullet's letter shows that he knows Keare's personality well. Thinking about her personality, there's no way she wouldn't become a hero after being told that. Chapter 5. It is now the evening of the second day after I left Branica with Keare. We have finally arrived at the singularity point. I intended to depart while having surplus time when we arrive, but it took longer than I thought it would. Keare. That's true. There were many monsters. Keare. According to my expectations, we were supposed to reach it in the afternoon of today. However, on top of having many encounters with powerful monsters, the road was worse than I thought. So it has become this late. I spread a map. The singularity point is probably close to here. Once the stars begin shining, it should become more distinct because of the mana flowing from the spirit world. Keare, just in case, don't forget to be wary of the surroundings. Keare. Yes, I know. Keare. I have properly told Keare that becoming a hero if she comes to the singularity point might be a trap. She said that priest Bullet wouldn't try to trap her, but when I told her that Bullet himself might have gotten hold of false information, she consented. I had faintly expected it, but Keare idolizes Bullet further than my imaginations. Caution will be necessary when I take revenge. I have to do it in a way that Keare won't find out. If I'm imprudent, Keare will resent me. With heat detection magic, I search for heat in the surrounding 100 meters. Freya should be able to spread that range to 5 times of that, but this is my limit. There aren't any human-type living things in the vicinity. Well, we have nothing to do, so I guess we'll just wait until the singularity point appears. And if you can, I want you to tell me what kind of person Priest Bullet is. Keare. Sure thing. If I remember correctly, this was a story from 5 years ago. Keare. Like that. I listened to Keare's story until the stars came out. The Bullet that appears in Keare's stories is a flawless adult that's kind, and yet strict as well. Disgusting. To think he disguised himself that well. If there's a chance, I really do want to tear off the good person skin in front of Keare, while repelling the monster and beast attacks that appear sometimes. Night came. The stars began shining in the night sky. The alignment of the stars is perfect. If it wasn't a lie, the singularity point should appear. Right when I started worrying a little, it came. Keare, can you feel it? Keare. Yes, even I, whose mana detection is poor, can feel it when this much power is overflowing. Keare. Mana flows in. This mana is pure. Because of the overwhelming density, it gives an illusion of having mass. The monsters and beasts run away from that power in fear. I drink the saliva in my mouth. This power is the real thing. Keare and I ran towards the direction where mana is flowing. This is the singularity point. Keare. It's pretty. The blue light is flowing in. Keare. The source of the mana is the lake. The smoothness of water surface is like a mirror, and it is shining in blue. A gentle blue like moonlight. It's such a magical scenery that even I am fascinated by it. Well, the question is what we are supposed to do after coming here. Keare. All that was written in Bullet's document was that if someone with the qualifications approached the singularity point, the trial will visit them. Since we don't know the contents of the trial, the match starts once it comes. If the judgment that no one with the qualifications to take the trial is made, there is even a possibility of nothing happening. I look at Keare's face from the side. Her beautiful blue pupils are glued to something. And then, she quietly opens her mouth. Are you calling me? Keare, doing as she's told, she starts walking towards the lake. Her manner of walking is like somnambulism. I can't hear anything. It was probably only whispered to the one that was chosen to become the sword. Keare's legs sink into the lake. It seems to be a shallow lake, so the water only went up to her waist. The blue light becomes stronger. The source of the blue light, the connection point to the other side, appears in the visible form. It's like some legend or heroic tale. Keare, a sword appears in the center of the lake. It's stuck in the surface of the water. A mysterious phenomenon that can only be described like that. It's a single-edged, narrow sword that places importance in sharpness, just as Keare and I prefer, and has good maneuverability. That is a beautiful sword. It's not like there are any flashy ornaments, nor does it have a characteristic shape. Even so, it's more beautiful and splendorous than any treasured sword. That must be the sword that's calling for Keare. Oh, one who desires power. If you think you have the qualifications to become the hero of the sword, pull me out. However, when one that does not have the qualifications touches me, they will know of their own conceit with death. A voice directly resounds in my mind. It's a voice filled with power. Because the power of the sword became stronger, it seems I was able to hear it as well. I had gotten goosebumps. I even feel awe. As expected of a hero's power, death awaits if you fail the sword's trial. Furthermore, it is probably not just any death. I can tell from just looking at that sword. The souls eaten by that sword has been tied to it for an eternity. The risk is too high. I should stop Keare, thinking that I was going to call out to her. But I stopped. Keare is enjoying this situation. If I stop her here, she will probably resent me for her whole life. She is confident that she will be chosen. Pride that she's the most worthy to be the hero of the sword in the world. That isn't something like conceit. I know her sword. I know the hell she walked through. Keare, who was blessed with more talent than anyone, worked harder than anyone, and piled up experience. I don't know anyone more worthy of the sword than her. If she can't bear the sword, it means that no one can bear the sword. Keare finally reaches the center of the lake. The air became tense. Keare opened her eyes widely. A sword she was released. I reflexively checked if my head was still connected. Even though I am this far away, I felt like I was sliced from just being affected by the chi. I have continued being the sword more than anyone. And I will continue being like that from now on. Therefore, become mine. Keare. She grasped the handle. Blue lightning incessantly rains out. It's dazzling. While hiding my eyes with my hands, I checked Keare's state. She is standing her ground. However, she is concentrating her all in this confrontation against the sword in front of her. Keare's beautiful skin is getting cut up. The contrast of her white skin and the blood is beautiful, and even at a time like this, I feel shocked. And then she pulls out the sword. I will approve of you. Keare Claylet. You are worthy of the sword. Therefore, I grant you the title of the hero of the sword. I will be together with a new hero. The voice resounding in my mind stops being severe. The sword bursts open and the blue light turns into particles. Then, it gently pours down into Keare's direction. A shoo sound is made, and a carved seal is engraved into the back of Keare's hand. Keare stands stock still, and then crumbles down. In a panic, I run through the lake and embrace her. Keare, are you okay? Keare had gotten hollow cheeks and was weakened from losing weight. I am slightly tired. For how long was I holding onto the grip? Keare. I think it was a few minutes. Keare. I see. Was that a dream, then? Keare. She was probably drawn into a struggle to the death in a spiritual world the moment she grasped the sword. If not, there's no way that Sword Saint would be this exhausted. Was I able to properly become a hero? Keare, can you see this? It's proof that you're a hero. Keare. I take her hand, and bring it right in front of her face. There, a hero's carved seal was unmistakably there. Is that so? I'm glad. Keare faints. Then, I carry her to shore. Before I knew it, the blue mana disappeared and the lake returned to being just a normal lake. I lay her down, and prepare an open fire. I'll make camp here today, because she fell in the lake. She is soaking wet. I need to change her clothes. At this rate, she will just catch a cold. While changing her clothes, I see her white naked body and cover my eyes with a hand. As I thought, Keare's body is erotic. It turns me on. No, it's not good to make a move on her while she's sleeping. Rather than that, I need to properly look. Keare. I activate Jade Eye. I'm going to confirm if she properly became a hero. Dash 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 dash. Race, human. Name, Keare. Class, Sword Saint. Hero. Level, 48. Status, MP, 23 180. Physical attack, 148. Physical defense, 92. Magical attack, 75. Magical resistance, 92. Speed, 129. Level limit. Talent values, MP, 91. Physical attack, 148. Physical defense, 90. Magical attack, 72. Magical resistance, 90. Speed, 129. Total talent value, 620. Abilities. Divine Sword LV5. All-Seeing LV5. Skills. Divine Sword ability increase LV3. Sword Saint only skill. Divine Sword speed and power correction. Presence detection LV3. Sword Saint only skill. All-Seeing's detection range and perception speed correction. Increase of EXP. Hero only skill, gives 2x the amount of EXP earned for you and your party. Level limit breakthrough, yourself. Hero only skill, the release of the level limit cap. Dash 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 dash. A hero's characteristic level limit of ... And, she obtained an EXP increasing skill. Because she's a woman, she can't release the level limit of others. Furthermore, the talent values of her physical attack power and speed has been enhanced from her previous values. As far as I know, she is humanity's greatest, high-speed physical attacker. Combined with her sword techniques, there are probably no living things that can match her in the world. Congratulations, Keare. Starting from today, you're also a hero. Keare. She was reliable from before as well, but she will become even more reliable from now on. While gazing at her sleeping face, I start preparing for dinner. It's Keare after all. She will surely wake up soon from hunger. I need to have her eat plenty and maintain her strength. On the July 1st, the Kadokawa sneaker version was released. There's sex and rape that I can't write on, together with Sayokonbu Sensei's erotic illustrations. Since you can also read Keare's awakening scene in the first world, please pick it up. Chapter 6. While watching the open fire, I gaze at Keare's peacefully sleeping face. Quite some time has passed since then, and it has already become dawn. To think she would actually become the hero of the sword. What is Bullet thinking? It's him. After all, he would never do something pointless. He definitely has an aim behind making Keare a hero. Keare. There were no traps we were on guard for, and Keare became a hero without trouble. If it's not a trap, there's definitely a different goal. That is scary, from my point of view. The trial of the sword was just grasping the sword and pulling it out, but Keare became exhausted. Surely, in that one moment, something must have happened in a world I couldn't see. I check if there are any irregularities with Keare's body. As someone who has mastered recovery heal, I have full knowledge about a human's body. With a simple medical examination, I figured out how long she will take to wake up. At the same time, I'm heating a pot with the open fire and cooking a stew with plenty of nutrients. In this journey, I have been doing nothing but cooking. I taste it. Yeah. It's well made. Keare. I used my valuable dried tomato after all. This is a lump of umami, and its compatibility with meat is excellent. Putting in dried tomato, mushrooms and rabbit meat into a potage made from mashing potatoes, a specially made stew with plenty of nutrients is completed. I adjust the taste with salt and spices. All that's left is waiting for Keare to wake up. Keare woke up. Where is this? Keare. A cave near the singularity point. Keare. I remember now. I collapsed after the trial. Keare. Keare checks the back of her own hand. There, the crest of a hero was on it. I'm glad. It wasn't a dream. I properly became a hero. Keare. She firmly presses her hand against her chest. It's a pleasant spectacle. Keare. Wear some clothes first. It troubles me on where I should put my eyes. I washed them for you. They should have dried by now. Keare. Sorry. Keare. You don't need to apologize. Once you wear your clothes, I've made stew, so you should eat that. Keare. Yes. Then I will take you up on your kind offer. Keare. While blushing, Keare put on her clothes. I always thought that it's erotic when a woman takes off her clothes, but it's also erotic when they put on their clothes. After enjoying Keare change her clothes plenty, I pass her the soup. Because Keare ate too hurriedly, she choked. I tell her she doesn't have to hurry. And then, I open my mouth after waiting for her to eat everything. First of all, congratulations. It's a good thing you were able to become a hero. Keare. It is thanks to you. If I was by myself, I wouldn't have even been able to arrive at the singularity point. Keare. That's exactly right, but your own power was the one that let you be approved as a hero. And now, I'll enter the real issue. Right now, my Princess Freya, is trying to defeat the Demon King. Keare gulps the saliva in her mouth. Since I hadn't talked about this with Keare, it's understandable that she would be surprised. I'll omit the details, but the current Demon King is connected with the Diral King. Of course, that's because it is advantageous to the Demon King. They will definitely cause something bad. That's not all. The current Demon King gives favorable treatment to the tribes he is pleased with, and by persecuting the other tribes, political pressure is happening within the demon territory. Is that so? So that even happens in the demon society too. The humans lump all of them together, but the demons have tribes and countries. They are by no means monolithic. There are few people that actually recognize such an obvious thing. We plan to defeat the current Demon King and have another demon become the new Demon King. That demon wants to stop the favorable treatment and oppression, and is aiming for peaceful times. She is also friendly to humans. Once she becomes the Demon King and Freya holds authority after she returns to the Diral Kingdom, the war against the demons will end. Keare opens her eyes widely. It seems she has admiration after hearing a realistic method of ending the war. And then, she points her admiration-filled eyes to me. Well, it's probably an empty theory. Let's say Eve became the Demon King. Starting with the Kokuyoko tribe, the persecuted tribes will begin persecuting the tribes that were given favorable treatment from the Demon King and were milking profits from him. There's no way the persecuted tribes will be satisfied with everyone living equally from now on, thinking that it wouldn't be fair unless they get to milk profits. They will do so. No matter what the top says, that will certainly happen. History has proven that. And, about the war. Once both the top people agree and overcome the surrounding resistance, they should be able to publicly stop war, but at best, they will just mutually not interfere. Harmony is impossible, and skirmishes will continue. And, that won't continue for long. Someday, a voice that wishes for a rematch will rise, and they will be unable to control them. Humans and demons have already shed blood. One of them would have to be destroyed for them to consent. The demon side is especially dangerous. A voice to not persecute the ones that oppressed them and a voice to stop the war. The dissatisfaction towards those two will smoke and explode. Sooner or later, either Eve's assassination, or a large-scale coup d'etat will be planned. That will almost definitely happen. You are amazing. You really are trying to save the world. Keare, I'm working hard for that to happen. Keare. It should be fine to not tell Keare what I'm thinking about right now. She's easier to use if she is being fired up with ideals. I plan to obliquely teach Eve about a way to let off steam. Only having idealistic thoughts will lead to failure. Compromises are also necessary. Fish can't live in a clear stream. I need to do it well. It wouldn't matter if a different demon was assassinated, but that is my property, toy, and I won't let it be taken away from me. Keare, I understand the Diral Kingdom's present situation from Priest Bullet's documents. First of all, I want you to cooperate with me and defeat the Demon King. After that, grab evidence of the connection between the Demon King and the Diral King, enter the Diral Kingdom with Princess Fleur and Eve, and then have them plunder the throne. Then, let's make peace negotiations. Keare, the order should be fine like that. The fact that the Diral Kingdom is blowing in some black mana into the nights and changing them into something not human is bad news, but it's impossible to return to the Diral Kingdom now. Making Eve the Demon King even a little faster will lessen the damage as a result. Additionally, when we look through the Demon King's castle, we might be able to find a secret about the Black Knights. It's extremely problematic that I'm the only one who can defeat those things in a frontal attack. If we don't find a strategy against them, we will be squashed by the amount of material resources, and losing will be the final result. All right, I will follow your plan, and entrust my sword with you, Keare. I'm counting on you, Keare. Keare. I tightly grip my hand. Having a hero join here is pleasant. She probably has the highest fighting power as a single person. She doesn't have any trouble even if the opponent is a superior demon. However, it is concerning. It seems they are making the immortal knights with black mana in the Diral Kingdom, but it's not like the Demon King, the originator, wouldn't be able to do it himself. If we are imprudent, the moment we attack the Demon King's town, an immortal military force might come out. It's doubtful if they can even be killed with the Godbird's disease. I will need to think of a method. Instead of killing them, make them unable to move. In that case, it should be possible. The discussion is over. Let's depart. Keare. We are heading to the people that are going to fight the Demon King, right? Keare. No. Let's return to Veronica once before that and buy a change of clothes. I thought you would at least have that much, but it seems you know less than I thought you would at traveling. Keare. I smile wryly. When we were leaving Veronica, I thought we had prepared for the journey, but I didn't think she wouldn't even have a change of clothes. It's obvious, but leaving aside the outer garments, if you don't change your underwear frequently, it will start smelling in the blink of an eye. Not having a substitute when you wash it is inconvenient. Sorry for troubling you, Keare. No, it's fine. I was the one that didn't properly tell you that. Keare. There's no problem with her fighting strength, but she's no good at all in any other aspect. I have to think that way. We nod, and head for Veronica. That reminds me. My cute pet requested an expensive and soft meat as a souvenir. I'll go buy that while I'm at it. We make preparations for our journey for the second time at Veronica. I feel bad for Keare, but I made her show me everything in her bag and purchased everything that's necessary. Can I really have it? Keare. It's necessary after all. Take good care of it. Keare. Thank you. I am happy. Keare. I gifted her expensive gloves that uses first-class demonic beast skin. It's thin, can defend to some extent, and has grip strength, so it doesn't weaken your senses. The best gloves for a swordsman. If you don't hide the hero's crest, various troubles things will happen. Keare. There aren't many that know about that crest, but there's nothing wrong with being cautious. In reality, Freya and I aren't hiding it with a glove. Keare is more pleased that it's my present than the worth of that glove. I'm glad I gifted it to her. And, because we have finished our shopping, we have come to the gate. Dear customer, the preparations have been made. Thank you. Here's the promised gold. Keare. What the demon carried over is a raptor with a bit attached to it. I purchased it to quickly return to the village. Piling up gold, I purchased the best raptor there was. As a subtenant, I lent Keare a hand. Keare, let's hurry. We used a lot more time than we planned to. Keare. I understand. Keare. Hold on tight. Keare. Keare. You are slender, but you are quite tough. Keare. She somewhat hesitatingly wraps her arms around my waist. This innocence is nice. I use the whip against the raptor. Keare, is it okay to let it run this fast? Keare. Have you forgotten? I have recovery heal. I immediately heal it when the raptor becomes tired. Keare. As always, you are unfair. But, that's lovely. The wind feels good. Keare. Keare's silver hair trails like this. The raptor with Keare and I riding it hurries towards Veronica. I wonder if everyone in the village is safe. I think it's okay since Setsuna and Ellen are there. But it's worrying since the vital body double is like that. If she makes a careless mistake, I will confiscate her high-grade meat I was going to give her as a souvenir. At any rate, we need to hurry to the village where Setsuna and company are waiting. Chapter 7. We have come near the Star Rabbit tribe's village. However, without returning directly to the village, we will wait until it becomes night in the forest nearby. I can't let them realize that I slipped out of their village and went to Veronica. Once it becomes night, I plan on using the underground passage to return first. And then, Keare will come join me tomorrow morning as my visitor. It seems that Keare was quite lonely every night when I wasn't with her, so she wants me. I'll give her plenty of love. My compatibility with Kira's body is quite good. It has finally become dark. Leaving Keare behind in a tent, I depart. I wonder if Setsuna and company are doing well. I'm especially worried about Guren, who transformed herself into me. She lives however she likes to after all. While feeling an unpleasant premonition, I proceeded further and further inside the underground passage from the entrance. I come out inside the room that we are borrowing. When I take my head out of the floor, I suddenly feel a glance. You finally came back. Setsuna was waiting and waiting for Kyaruga-sama. Setsuna. While swinging her white tail, Setsuna rushed up to me. Setsuna's ears are good. She must have noticed that I was approaching from below before anyone else. Sorry for being late. I took more time than expected. Kyaruga. No. It's okay. As long as you come back safely. Setsuna. Setsuna embraces me. I strongly return the embrace. Setsuna's wolf ears are twitching. It seems she has sensed something. Kyaruga-sama smells like Keare. Were you embracing each other until just before? Setsuna. She's sharp, as expected of the ice wolf tribe. They are sensitive to these sorts of things. That's right. I was embracing Keare until just earlier. I'll give you plenty of love tomorrow as well, Setsuna. I have been missing your body. Kyaruga. Happy. When Kyaruga-sama wasn't here, it was always lonely. Setsuna. I rub Setsuna's butt, and she leans her body on me. We exchange a kiss. She's a cute one. I'll give her plenty of love. Everyone else realizes that I've returned and come over. Geez, Kyaruga. You made us wait too long. A lot of things happened. Eve. It's Eve. She spreads her black wings intimidatingly. She is swelling her cheeks, but it seems that she can't hide her delight from my return as her mouth has become less tense. Guren-chan was sulking and it was very difficult. Freya seems tired. She was probably following up for Guren. That reminds me, where is Ellen and Guren? Where did the remaining two go? Kyaruga. When I ask that, Eve opens her mouth on behalf of them. At the strategy meeting, the outward side one. Since they are going to start moving in 2 weeks' time, so there are a lot recently. Eve. How should I put it? Shouldn't you be going as well? Kyaruga. It was Ellen's decision. Since it's a bit suspicious, she said that it would be better for me to stay in a safe place. In reality, making strategies and negotiating is Ellen's forte, but I also go for the important ones. Eve. I feel like that's the correct choice. Eve has times when she becomes too passionate. It's not unlikely for her to make a strange promise from the momentum at the spot. In that case, it would be better if Ellen listens to the story once, carries it back home, tells Eve the story and lets Eve make a response after properly concluding. It seems Ellen has been working hard. Kyaruga. I'm a bit surprised to think she was such a smart child. I understand why you made her your comrade even though she can't fight. Eve. Well yeah, I made her into my comrade because she's useful. Kyaruga. I'm pleased with Ellen's appearance and body. It's also exciting that she is Freya's younger sister as well. However, I wouldn't make her into my comrade from just that. She's a burden that holds me back in battle. I prefer not to walk around with unusable tools. Ellen's ingenuity is useful. I don't know of anyone else who is such a tactical genius. Disadvantageous battles are exactly where Ellen's talent shines. Speak of the devil. Ellen and Guren, who has transformed into me, has returned. Guren sweetly smiles, and jumps into me. It's quite disgusting to see her do that with my Kyaruga appearance. Hey Master returned. Now I can return to my original appearance. Guren. I ordered Guren to constantly stay in my appearance while I was absent, and she was bound by that order. The order was terminated by my return. She delightfully makes a con sound and somersaults, returning to her kitsune cub form. She shakes her whole body, stretches, and then grooms herself. She's fully enjoying acting like a kitsune again after several days. Cute. I tightly hold her in my arms. It's painful. Release me. I'm going to curl up and sleep as a kitsune next. Guren struggles in my arms. Who? Is it fine to say something like that? Even though I bought a souvenir for you just as I promised. Keare. While hugging Guren, I sit down and then, I take out a lump of meat from my bag. That is what Guren wanted. Expensive, soft and delicious beef. It's unobtainable unless the town is wealthy enough to some extent. I have cut it so that it can fit in a kitsune cub's mouth. Guren loves master a lot. Guren. She became quiet in the blink of an eye when I showed her the meat, and opened her mouth widely, pestering me. Ha ha ha, you cute fellow. Keare. I carry meat to the fluffy kitsune cub's mouth and stroke her. While I'm at it, I enjoy her paw as well. I'm being healed from just doing this. Small animals are unfair. After feeding her plenty of meat, Guren becomes full. Since I also became satisfied, I let her go. Just as she declared, Guren curls up and starts sleeping. As Guren would say, she's sleeping as a kitsune. Well, I should return to the real issue soon. I need to learn about what happened in the village. Ellen, tell me what happened while I was away. Keare. There was some slight trouble, but it mostly progressed as you had expected. As the first phase of the strategy, small-scale uprisings will occur in places a long way off the demon capital as a diversion. In 2 weeks' time, they are planning to cause uprisings in 3 places. Ellen, the uprisings that have been leaked to the Demon King's forces. It will certainly fail. Before that, we need to get the jump on the Star Rabbits and send the Snow of Death to the Demon Capital. It's a good thing it proceeded with just some slight trouble. I thought Guren would have made more of a mess. Keare. It's simple. Guren was prohibited from talking in public. If I sent a signal, she would either nod or shake her head. I didn't allow her to do anything else. Ellen. She is saying some terrific things with such a happy smiling face. Guren must have been quite stressed. I think these parts are what remained of Princess Norn. Princess Norn prioritized efficiency, and cut away everything else. She's the type of commander that would have military gains but is hated by the people there. What about the actual attack on the demon capital? Keare. That is going to be decided from now. I have been delaying it with the tribes that are cooperating with me after all. Ellen. Good work. Keare. Ellen was delaying the meetings so that she could gather information. Deciding on the strategy without having all the information present is like walking on a minefield with a blindfold on. When I told her I'm bringing Keare along, I also said that I will bring back all the information she gathered until now. This time, there's even data that Bullet got from thoroughly investigating. Ellen would surely be able to use that and construct the most optimum strategy. Ellen, I will report to you as well. I was able to safely join up with Keare. Tomorrow morning, she's going to come to the village. As war potential, well, I guess you could think of it as if there's another me. Keare. That is great. In that case, the degree of freedom will increase by quite a bit. Fufu. It will be worth displaying my ability. Ellen. Also, I have a souvenir. These are documents that the hero of the gun, Bullet, made after investigating the kingdoms inside. I've already thrown it into my head. Make sure to read this thoroughly. Keare. Ellen turns over the pages of the documents at an extreme speed. Once she finishes reading everything, she returns the documents. An instant memory ability. That is Ellen's special skill. According to her, it seems anyone would be able to do it depending on their training. I have remembered everything. If by any chance the demons learn of those documents, it will be troublesome, so I recommend burning them, since I have already stored it all in my mind. Ellen. In that case, I will do so. Keare. Fufafu. That was incredible. The amount of information, and quality. The authenticity is also quite high. There are no discrepancies in this whole volume, and it also coincides with the information I have gotten from our journey. There are no problems with constructing a strategy based on it. Ellen. Ellen happily smiles. She is smiling, but in her mind, she is drafting a strategy with tremendous momentum. Well, I've finished hearing what I need to hear. Everyone, let's just slowly talk today. I've bought good alcohol after all. Keare. I smile at everyone. Other than work reports, they probably all have things they want to tell me. With the alcohol I bought as a souvenir in one hand, I'll restfully listen to them. They all seem to have things to talk about, so they start opening their mouths. Good grief, if I'm imprudent, They might even take until morning to finish. I somehow ended the complaint tournament at a suitable time. As I thought, they have all been tense from being in an enemy's village, and they are exhausted. I want to quickly kill the Demon King and return to our freewheeling journey. Ellen slipped out of the complaint tournament midway and thought up countless draft strategy patterns using bullet documents as a base. And then, with a pale face, she said there is an unbelievable pitfall to herself. I will probably understand the meaning of those words soon. We all peacefully sleep in the same room. After waking up, I gave Setsuna and Eve plenty of love. Since I overdid it, they both fainted. I had been doing it with Keare recently, so I accidentally used her as the standard. Keare is strong and his stamina, so we have been doing intense play, but it was too extreme for the two. I'm going to have to reflect. Well, both of them fainted with a happy face, so that's my only salvation. With bright red faces, Freya and Ellen are in a daze. I'll make them senseless tonight. I put on clothes and leave the residence. Noisy Guren, who was out on a walk, accompanied me. She excitedly scrambles up my body and gets on top of my head. For you to follow me on your own accord? What kind of change of mind is this? Keare. I don't really know. It's not like I'm happy I can meet my master after so long or anything. Guren. I don't quite understand Guren. Maybe Guren is emotionally attached to me in her own way. Just before I left, she did give me advice by just barely breaking the divine beast rule while being resolved for the risk. Once we return, I'll brush her. The demons start making a racket. Well, of course they would. After all, for a human to come to this hidden village is impossible. The Star Rabbit guards surround Keare and ready their weapons. Well, let's go. At this rate, it will grow into a fight. Everyone, calm down. She is my comrade. I thought she could become part of our fighting power for subjugating the Demon King, so I called her over. Keare. Their eyes gather on me and return to Keare once again. The racket becomes bigger, and Carol, the Star Rabbit tribe's chief, comes out. So she was your visitor, huh? I am surprised to think you were able to call that sword saint. Carol, do you know Keare? Keare. She's a celebrity among the demons. The notorious demons that invaded the human world were dealt with one by her. Carol, the sword saint is dispatched when the Diral Kingdom is in a predicament. She answers to predicaments like when notorious demons are fighting. Keare inevitably encounters demons many times. I'll need to be cautious. There will probably be demons that hold resentment towards Keare even among our allies. That person herself is becoming our ally. Isn't that reassuring? We don't have anyone as qualified to protect Eve. Keare. Carol's expression cramped for one moment. To him, it's basically as if Eve's assassination jumped up one level higher. I walk towards Keare. Thanks for coming, Sword Saint Keare Claylet. Keare. If it is your request, I will go anywhere. Keare. And then, we shook hands tightly. It's barefaced, but there's no helping it. I can't say something like I went to meet her in my absence. Now, our fighting power is in good order. We have also obtained information. All that's left is for Ellen to construct a strategy that makes the best use of our powers and execute it. Chapter 8. I joined up with the Sword Saint Keare. Because of that, the surrounding demons are feeling shaken. The Star Rabbit tribe chief, Carol, approaches while smiling, and opens his mouth. Keare-sama, it is surprising that you are the Sword Saint's acquaintance, but how did you call her over? Carol, a reasonable question. I had Guren transform into me, so I was supposed to have been in this village the whole time. It's unnatural to be able to call Keare who is in a human town. Not only that, they probably suspect that I'm connected to some kind of force in the human side. Rather than thinking an individual is guarding Eve, they might think some kind of organization is following Eve's back, or possibly, it might be more natural to think that organization is trying to use Eve. With a letter, you'll probably ask how I sent it, right? Anyone that is wary to a certain extent would at least have an emergency contact method. Keare. Excuse me for asking an insensitive question. Carol, it was quite an overbearing explanation, but it seems he won't asking anything more than this. I am more or less Eve's partner, and she is the core for the Demon King's subjugation. I'll have him show the minimum respect. Of course, That is just his outward appearance, and their surveillance will probably become stronger from now. It's probably for the best if I don't use Guren as a substitute that much anymore. Keare can live in the same house as us. You did lend us a wide house after all, Keare. I constrained him so that he wouldn't isolate Keare. With a look that says there's nothing he can do about it, he nods. That reminds me. There's one thing I'm curious about. Since it's a good opportunity, I'll ask him. Is the Star Rabbit tribe's Demon King candidate not in this village? I want to greet them once, as Eve's partner. Keare. Eve said that there is a Demon King candidate in the Star Rabbit tribe as well. In the first place, they formed an alliance from the agreement they made to give each other favorable treatment if either of their Demon King candidates became the Demon King. No matter what, tribes that have been endowed with a Demon King candidate get a bigger right to speak. The Star Rabbit tribe is the center of this village. In addition, as far as I've seen from how they behave, there's no way they don't have one. We do have one, but my daughter is under medical care and cannot appear in public. Carol. Under medical care, huh? I want to check if that's an excuse or the truth. And, that method isn't too difficult. Is it a serious disease? Keare. Yes. Furthermore, since it is a contagious disease, she is in an isolated condition. Carol. That's a good response. It's easier to block escape. I might be able to heal it. I told you how I'm a hero, right? And, among the heroes, I gained the title, Healing. I'm the best healing magician in this world. At the Godbird's trial, I even cured the Godbird's disease. Keare. Carol opens his eyes widely. I had been hiding the fact that I'm a healing magician to the best of my ability, but there's no reason to hide it after coming this far. In that case, rather than hiding the fact that I'm a healing magician, I can use it as a card to expose whether his daughter really is here. If he has the mentality of a normal father, then he would cling to me, even if the chance of curing it is small. If he were to refuse me, his daughter is either not here, or the story about the disease is false, and there's a reason he made that lie. What fortune to think Iruka-sama was the hero of healing Sama. Please, could you examine my daughter? Carol. I don't mind. After all, you're a comrade that will fight the Demon King with me. Iruka. At least, it seems that his daughter is in this village. I will be able to tell if she's a Demon King candidate or has a disease from just looking. If it goes well, I will probably be able to grab hold of Carol's weakness. Of course, that would only happen if he cares deeply about his daughter. After guiding Keare to the residence that we are borrowing, I was brought along to his daughter by Carol. It seems that his daughter is living in a detached room from his residence. Before entering the detached room, Carol and his subordinates blocked their mouth and nose with cloth. They passed me a cloth as well, but I refused it. Diseases don't work against me. The moment I took one step, I sensed a stench. I see, so the story about the disease wasn't a lie. I am very sorry for bringing you to an unpleasant place. Carol. No, it's not a problem. Keare. It's a special chance to grab the weakness of this village's chief after all, and then, it will also let me openly use recovery heal on him, letting me fish through his memories and gain information. I will endure this much with pleasure. Thank you. Carol. Carol lowers his head, and rushes ahead, and then, we come to his daughter's room. Who might you be? That's a severely hoarse voice. Her throat has been injured. That girl's whole body is covered up by bandages, and on those bandages, blood and other body fluids have spread on it. Her skin is inflamed. I look at her condition with jade eye. This is serious. She's been infected with a deadly poison, and even her eye that's covered in a bandage has been damaged. This is not a disease, but poison. In other words, this condition was planned. Lapis, I brought a doctor. He is a skilled doctor, and might be able to heal you. Carol. I carefully listen to Carol's voice. That voice is the voice of a father that cares for his daughter. At the very least, there are no lies here. And, introducing me as a doctor was my suggestion. If she was told that it's a human hero, the demon girl would be frightened. Is that so? Doctor. Thank you for coming here. Lapis. No. Don't worry about it. This is my job. Keare. That being said, she's quite a patient girl. With the condition of her throat, Intense pain should have run through her every time she says something. Even so, she is properly using honorifics and is saying what she needs to say. She's a good child, without a doubt. I can't think of her as the daughter of the man that is selling other tribes to the Demon King. Carol, can I start examining her now? Keare. Yes, please. Carol. I take the girl's hand and then I activate recovery heal. However, I purposely cancel it midway. Doing so won't heal her, but it will let me gain the girl's memories and the present condition of her body. Jade-Eye only let me know that it was poison, but I was able to find out the details with recovery heal. I see, that's an interesting poison. Tormenting and making them suffer, all while being careful to not kill them. And her sense of pain has been numbed. And it seems that she has been periodically drinking that kind of poison. With the effects of recovery heal, Lapis's memories come flowing in. It's a masterpiece. The girl thought she was drinking medicine, but was using poison daily. Because of the component that numbs her sense of pain, she was under the impression that she feels at ease when she drinks the medicine. They even politely gave that medicine an addiction symptom that makes her feel mad if she doesn't drink the poison. They really did make a cruel poison. I'll use it for reference. It would be simple to heal the girl. However, that wouldn't be interesting, and it wouldn't give me a weakness to hold on to. Therefore, I'll do something interesting. Recovery heal. Keare. I use the next recovery heal till the end. However, I only healed her outward appearance, and left healing the poison in an incomplete state, reducing the addiction symptom in the medicine. She repeatedly touches her face and skin, and then starts sobbing after raising a voice she couldn't help making. Lapis, are you okay? You bastard. What did you do to her? Carol rushes over to his daughter in a rush, and shouts at me. He threw off the mask of a young man with a gentle manner and got angry at me with all his power. I smile. Calm down. Before shouting at me, it would be better to listen to your daughter's story. Keare. Carol looks towards his daughter. And then, Lapis opens her mouth. Father, that is not it. I am happy. My throat doesn't hurt, and my eyes can see beyond the bandages. Besides, my soaking skin is not like that anymore. Lapis, she has a sweet voice. It's different from the hoarse voice she had until now. With trembling hands, Lapis tries to unwrap the bandages, but it doesn't go well as she can't put any power in her hands. However, Carol was surprised from just that. After all, until now, she wasn't even able to lift her arm. While trembling, Carol takes off his daughter's bandages and wipes off the mixture of blood, skin and other body fluids with a cloth. Underneath that, fair skin with a white tone was there. He takes off the bandages on her face. Beautiful red pupils are there. They are slightly unfocused, as she is shedding tears of joy. Her splendid rabbit ear fur and hair that was shed had properly grown back, and her hair is smooth. I can properly see father's face. My skin doesn't hurt or itch, and is fair. Mirror, please show me a mirror. I want to see my face properly after 2 years. Lapis, yeah, I can also see your beautiful face. Bio, grab a mirror, quick. Carol shouts at his subordinate. His subordinate runs in a panic. There are no mirrors in this room. It's not necessary for the girl that lost her vision, and before she lost her vision, her skin had been unsightly and inflamed. She didn't like looking at her face, so all mirrors were removed. The subordinate brings a mirror. She looks into the mirror. Father, this is my face. It really is my face. Lapis, she delightfully repeats those words while crying to her. That must be the most joyful thing. Carol hugs his daughter tightly, strongly, and while shedding tears. After coming here, I'm convinced Carol wasn't the one that deceived Lapis into thinking the poison is medicine and continued making her drink it. If Carol was the mastermind, then he would be a terrific actor. Keare-sama, how exactly can I thank you? Carol, I only did my job. Keare, I say that, and then wait for him to separate from Lapis. Once he separates from Lapis, I start whispering close to his ear. Leaving that aside, I need to tell you something. It's about Lapis's condition. If possible, I want to talk to you about it with just us two. Lapis's disease was planned, and I don't want to let Lapis herself hear about it. Keare. Carol's face turns pale. However, as expected of a village's chief, He immediately regained his calm, and then he congratulates Lapis and guides me to a different room. So, what is the important story you talked about, Carol? There are two. The first one is that I only healed her external wounds. I succeeded in relieving the symptoms of the disease itself, but I didn't heal her completely. If you leave her alone, her skin will inflame again, her throat will burn, and her eyes will lose their light. Keare. Carol makes a discouraged face. Well, that's only natural. He must have been under the impression that she was completely healed. Then, my daughter will once again become like that. Carol, at this rate. Yeah. The reason I didn't heal her completely with recovery heal is because healing her all at once will give too much of a burden to her body with potions that I can periodically compound. Yeah, if she continues drinking it every 3 days, for 3 months, her symptoms should stop, and she should be able to complete recover eventually. Keare. Carol becomes delighted, but makes a difficult face at the same time. If it goes as planned, he was planning to trap me in 1 month's time and kill me. If it doesn't heal unless she continues drinking it for 3 months, it's the same as saying it can't be healed. Keare-sama, please sell me 3 months worth of that potion. If it's about the money, I can pay you as much as you want. Other than that, I can arrange anything for you with my authority. Carol. He requested it just as expected. However, I won't hear him out. Taking 3 months to slowly fix it is for my lifeline. I don't really care about money. And it's a potion that degrades in quality extremely quickly. It will become useless 1 week after making it. There's nothing I can do about it but make it periodically. Keare. In that case, please sell me the potion recipe. Carol. I don't mind selling you the recipe, but I'm probably the only one that can make it. You know. Keare. I begin writing a random recipe on paper that looks real. It's something that the best alchemists will only be able to succeed in making it once out of 100 times. Just in case, I quickly write ingredients that would probably be effective. Carol preciously put the paper away, but they will probably immediately realize they can't make it and cling to me. Thank you very much. Carol. Me too, as it's troublesome to come make it once a week. So there's no loss in having the Star Rabbit tribe make it. Just in case, I have made 2 potions for 1 week. Make her drink it every 3 days. Keare. When did you do that? Carol. While we came here. Making potions with magic can be done as long as you have mana and the ingredients, so you can even make it while walking. Keare. Of course, I purposely made the most important ingredient in it to be the antibody I made from taking in the poison inside Lapis's body. It's a serum made from my blood. It can't be found anywhere else. Apart from that vital ingredient, to be frank, anything is fine. What I compounded was just nutrients as well. Now is the real topic. I'll be taking advantage of what Carol feels towards his daughter. It's becoming interesting. You healed my daughter's external wounds, and even gave me the recipe. You really are a good person. Carol, as long as they aren't enemies. Both demons and humans save people who are troubled. That's my policy. Well, on the contrary, if they are an enemy, whether they are human or demon, I will kill them mercilessly, even if they are a woman or a child. Keare. I make it seem like a funny story and smile at him. Carol must have heard it, as his daughter's life will be gone if he betrays me. Also, there's one more thing I'm curious about. Keare. Which would be? Carol. Lapis didn't contract a disease. Those symptoms are from poison. That girl was served poison and became like that. Keare. I carefully watch Carol's expression. I can't miss the changes in his expression here. Whether or not he is personally being deceived, is what I want to know. Carol's expression shows surprise and anger. Oh, so this guy was also being deceived. Huh. Poison, you say? Is that truly? Carol. Yeah, and her condition was becoming more severe as she was periodically drinking it. She must be taking in a considerable amount every day. It's not the kind of situation where she was secretly made to drink it. Do you have any ideas on what that could be? I want you to tell me what Lapis periodically drinks. Keare. After saying that much, he seems to have thought of something. While shaking, Carol goes outside. It might have turned into the best situation among the situations I predicted. Carol appears. In his hand, A small bottle filled with amber fluid is inside. My daughter drinks this every day. Carol doesn't say what that is. However, I, who looked through Lapis's memories, know. It's what Lapis thought was medicine. Can I break this? I want to analyze it. Keare. Yes, go ahead. Carol. I make it look like I'm examining it with a forced, showy magic. Furthermore, I lick it, and make a grim expression. How is it? Carol. This is terrible. It's the poison that tormented Lapis. Furthermore, they politely made it numb your sense of pain, so that you wouldn't realize it's poison. If you didn't know anything, it would make you misunderstand that it's easing the pain by drinking it. Moreover, it's also addictive. A mix of narcotic drugs and poison. Whoever made this is quite malignant. Keare is, so, ha ha ha, poison. This is poison. For what reason? Did I? Carol is trying to feign calmness, but is failing. I can tell. This is hatred. Tremendous hatred is exploding inside of Carol. Even an idiot can tell from looking at this. Carol probably sold the other tribes to also protect the Star Rabbit tribe. However, the number one reason was to gain the medicine to save his daughter. That medicine comes from the Demon King. Carol was probably used by being told that this poison is the only medicine that can save his daughter. What a fool. He gladly sold out his allies to obtain the poison that is tormenting his daughter. After all, you definitely cannot gift this to Lapis. If you give her the potion I compound once every 3 days, the symptoms will lessen and it will cure origin. However, people that can be healed will not be healed if they are made to drink poison. Keare. I understand. Thank you very much, Keare-sama. I will definitely show my thanks later on. We will also challenge making the potion with the recipe. But if it isn't possible, please compound the medicine next week as well. Carol. Yeah, leave it to me. After all, we are comrades that are going to fight the Demon King together. Keare. I guess my last words were too suspicious. Well, it should be fine. I leave the room, and even after I leave, Carol still had his head lowered. It started with just an idea, but it was worth it. While thrusting the situation of his daughter dying if I die at the Star Rabbit tribe chief, I also planted resentment towards the Demon King. This will surely be effective later on. As I thought, helping other people feels good. It's what you call the good you do for others is good you do yourself. As a result, helping other people is for your own sake. Lapis is quite a beautiful girl as well. I might as well just flirt with her whenever I periodically check up on her. I learned that the condition of star rabbits are good at Veronica. In that condition, she would probably fall into my hands easily. No, I shouldn't. Even if I resent her father, I don't have any resentment towards that girl herself. Playing around with her is an act of a brute. From now on as well, I will continue doing the right thing as a healing magician of justice. Chapter 9. I was introduced to the Star Rabbit tribe's Demon King candidate by nonchalantly asking about it. As she was afflicted with a severe disease, I expected to grab hold of the Star Rabbit tribe's leader, Carol's weakness if it went well, but it was beyond expectations. Carol's daughter, Lapis, was not affected by the likes of a disease. It was poison. For quite a long time, she was deceived by the Demon King's subordinates and made to drink poison, believing that it was medicine. I am kind, so I properly told Carol the truth. He is sharp, so even if I don't tell him the answer, if I give him the material, he should be able to realize that they were willfully deceived by the Demon King. And he won't just keep suffering damage. I thought the Star Rabbit tribe would be a hindrance for when we attack the Demon King's castle and town, but now they might have become the best weapon there is. Keare, you're making an evil face again. Setsuna doesn't hate that sort of face. Keare-sama. Setsuna, on top of the futon, Eve and Setsuna are looking up at my face from below while nude. Today is Eve and Setsuna's day. How rude. Even though I saved a poor girl. Keare, you definitely have another goal. Keare-sama doesn't always lie. Setsuna's life and village was saved. Even you are still able to live because of Keare-sama. Setsuna, that's true, but Eve and Setsuna are both girls that were saved by me. They both are extraordinarily talented, and even as my property, toys, they can be used as part of my fighting power, so they're useful. Even now, I feel quite attached to them. Our body's compatibility is good as well. I do have another goal this time though. Well, I'll aptly do it. Before that, I'll teach both of your bodies that I am a good person. Kieruga. Kaya. So sudden. Eve. Kieruga-sama. Come, Satsuna. Today's the day I turn up at Lapus's place to look at the progress of the disease. Incidentally, this is the third time now. Since just that would be boring, I might as make Lapus fall in love with me. She seemed to have become quite attached to me the second time as well. By doing that, it will be harder for Carol to dispose of me. While I'm at it, I'll also pour oil into Carol's flames of revenge. While thinking about that, I gave plenty of love to both of them. By giving plenty of love to Setsuna and Eve from the morning, I'm completely empty. This time, I deliberately poured in all my semen. I want to behave like a saint as much as possible, no matter how hard I try not to. I think in an offensive way in front of cute girls or beautiful women. Therefore, I will go sage mode right from the start. If I do that, I will be able to act as the pure Kieruga. Once I arrive at Carol's residence, instead of the detached room from before, I am guided to the second floor of the residence. By informing them that it was not an airborne or infect through contact disease, it appears they released her from isolation. While heading to Lapus's room, Carol began talking to me. We tried hard to make the potion from the recipe we received from you, thinking we might somehow be able to make it, but it was impenetrably difficult. Carol, it can't be helped. That would be impossible unless the best alchemists make it. Kieruga. That's the kind of recipe I quickly wrote. There are probably only 10 people in this world that could make that. I am very sorry, but could I keep asking for it from you from now on? Carol, I don't mind. My comrade that will fight together with me is troubled. It's only natural, right? Kieruga. Now, what is Carol planning to do? If he plans to trap and kill me when we attack the Demon King, his daughter won't be saved. I'll regulate it so that I can slowly cure her over 3 months. A pessimistic idea of abandoning his daughter and at least calming down her pain while I'm here, or possibly, he might plan to stop being the Demon King's dog. I'll be watching to see how Carol will move. We arrive at Lapus's room. While putting her hand against the wall, she is desperately walking. Because she had been lying down from illness, her stamina and muscle strength has fallen. So she is rehabilitating. If I feel like it, I can return her muscle strength to its prior state, but then there's a risk of recovery heals abnormality being noticed. I purposely stopped at just healing her external wounds. I'm just pretending to use a recovery heal that a healing magician with tremendous ability could use. Hello, I came to meet you. Kieruga. Kieruga-sama. Thank you for coming. Lapus tried to rush over here, but her body couldn't follow, and she almost collapsed. In a rush, I catch her in my arms. Then, she fixedly looks at me with a bright red face. Your stamina still hasn't recovered yet. Don't overdo it. Kieruga. Yes, sorry. Lapus, in a Princess Carrie. I bring her to her bed. During that time, Lapus was tightly holding onto my clothes. This reaction means she has probably fallen in love with me. Fumu, even though I was still just a good person to her. This is strange. Is this what's called the time you don't meet develops love? I did consider that as a convenient way to make someone hold feeling for me, but I didn't think she would really fall in love with me on her own without me having to do anything. To her, I am probably a prince on a white horse that saved her from hell. By piling up delusions she created every day, she imagined the perfect person and fell in love with that person. If that's her wish, I'll behave like a prince. Take out your hand. I am going to examine your condition. Kieruga. Yes, pull. Please do. Lapus. I clutch Lapus's white hand, and only carry out the first step of recovery heal, which gives me information about the target. I can understand Lapus's physical condition as if I can see it right in front of me. All right, she hasn't healed too much. If I lose focus, I might accidentally cure illness. If so, I won't be able to use her as a hostage against Carol. Making a potion that doesn't heal too much while negating the pain is a delicate process. You are probably getting better. How admirable. It seems you have been doing your best for rehabilitation as well. Kieruga. I am glad. My body was healed by Kieruga-sama. I was able to go back to being a normal girl like before. There is no pain after I started drinking the potions, and I really am happy. Lapis. That's good. But this is all I can do. It's up to you whether you can return to your everyday life. Keare. Yes, I will properly complete the rehabilitation menu you taught me. Lapis. Her stamina has recovered more than expected. Even though we have been talking for quite a long time, she doesn't seem to be tired. It must be because she's part of the Star Rabbit tribe. Kieruga-sama is a human, right? Lapis. While we were chatting, Lapis suddenly asks me that. Yeah, I'm a human. Are you scared of humans? Kieruga. No. You are not scary at all. Everyone says humans are inferior creatures that are greedy and weak, but Kieruga-sama is cool, kind, and strong enough to protect Eve from the Demon King's evil influence, so I was surprised as you are completely different to what I heard about. Lapis. Humans are inferior, greedy, and weak. I won't deny it. A great majority of humans are like that. There are various types of people among humans. There are greedy people, weak people and uncool people, and the Star Rabbit tribe is the same, right? Kieruga. Certainly, that is true. Ahaha. Now that you mention it, it's only natural. Even though there is no way one race would all be the same. Lapis. That is true. But since there are many people that don't understand that, I think that's why each race make war. Sorry. I said something a bit painful. Kieruga. No, I think so too. Lapis. My real thoughts accidentally came out. In my party, there are humans, a demon and a demi-human. As far as I'm concerned, the logic that they are our comrades because we're of the same race, and they are our enemies because they are of a different race is absurd. No matter what race it is, I will help them if I like them, and kill them if I don't like them. An egalitarian, so to speak. Well, I know your condition, so I can start preparing the potion. Your stamina recovered more than I expected. Now your body would be able to put up with a stronger medicine. I think you will heal faster than expected. Kieruga. While saying that, I started tidying up. Incidentally, I just said that on the spot. To make a patient fall in love with you, saying things that sound good to the ear is best. Kieruga-sama. Lapis. What is it? Kieruga. I know you are busy, but could you tell me more stories? I want to know more about what you have seen outside. Since I have only been sleeping in a room for so long. Lapis. I don't mind, but it's up to what your father says. Kieruga. A human's adventure can only be poison to a demon princess. It is probably not that desirable for Carol. Carol opens his mouth. Thank you for your concern. Kieruga-sama. I also want you to do so. I will return to the office, since Lapis would be happier that way. It is troublesome, but could you come there later? Carol. Yeah, I understand. Kieruga. Carol leaves the room. Then, Lapis's eyes shine and she waits for my story. I'm not stupid enough to tell her cruel stories about demons. I'll make sure to play it safe and tell her adventure stories where demons don't appear. Thankfully, there are countless memories in my head from when I used Recovery Heal. There are plenty of stories she would probably enjoy. I was restrained by Lapis for around 2 hours. I was going to finish up much earlier, but it's because she kept pestering me. She would become excited over each and every adventuring story I would tell, raise shouts of joy, and the way she looked at me became more feverish. That was dangerous. Mainly my reasoning power. She's basically a pure princess that loves me dearly. Furthermore, she's honest and isn't corrupted. Seeing things like that make me want to mess them up. However, that would be taking the path of ruin. I should at least act as a good person. I arrive at the office. I take a step forward, and become surprised from the serious atmosphere. It seems Carol has decided on something. Kieruga-sama, thank you very much for not only curing Lapis's illness and even saving her heart as well. Carol. I haven't done anything great. Kieruga. It has been several years since that girl laughed. If you weren't here, even if the illness was cured, she wouldn't have truly been saved. Carol. You are overestimating me. You can be happy. The state of her recovery is going well. I'll hand you the potions for next week. Kieruga. I take out 2 potion bottles from my pouch, and he carefully receives them. I have a request to Kieruga-sama. First of all, this. Carol. He hands me a treasure box with a magnificent ornament on it. Inside it, there is a necklace mounted with a blue gem that looks like it has the radiance of the stars locked in it. Furthermore, I sense mana. It's a natural treasure class treasure. It's too expensive to be given as a thanks for the medical treatment. This is the Star Rabbit National Treasure, isn't it, Keare? I am surprised you realized. Start here. It is our treasure that was made in the Age of the Gods. Its worth as a jewel is high as well. But if you wear that, your leg strength will increase and the wind will clear away arrows. Carol, you can't put a value to this. To obtain this, people might even turn a town into a sea of flames. There are probably a great amount of people like that. Why he gave me this? I will wait until that reason comes out of his mouth. Carol fixedly looks at my eye and smiles. I am going to gamble after this, and I will probably be killed. If something happens to me, I am entrusting my daughter to you. Unfortunately, thinking about what I am going to do after this, I can't rely on my Star Rabbit brethren, nor the other demons. I can only entrust her to you. Carol. So you won't tell me what you're going to do, huh? Keare. You will probably understand tonight anyway. A once-in-a-lifetime do-or-die game. Everyone will probably scorn me. Either the Demon King's subordinates will kill me, or the demons of this village will kill me. Therefore, I wanted to entrust her with you beforehand. Carol. Ah, I see. So he chose that path. I understand. Let's make a promise. If you die, I will look over Lapis. I received something like this after all. I will properly do my job well. Keare. And then, our talk ended. I leave Carol's office. From my back, Carol calls out to me, Keare-sama, didn't you actually realize it a long time ago? Carol. I don't know what you're talking about. Keare. To think he noticed I realized it. Now I'm looking forward to tonight. It's night, and we are having a meeting about how to take the Demon King's castle and town. We are going to execute it in 3 weeks' time. So the atmosphere is tense. I am there with Ellen. Normally, Carol greets everyone at the start of the meeting, but he has a face that shows he's brooding over something. At last, it seems he's going to start. My brethren who have continued being tormented by the Demon King, I want you to listen to me. At this rate, our plan will definitely fail. Carol. Everyone starts making noise. Therefore, I think we should take measures. Carol. Carol claps his hands. Then, the Star Rabbits, behind several tribe patriarchs and their attendants, appear and restrain them. They are the elites of his intelligence force. I will make a confession. Myself, and the 3 tribes my subordinates captured have been selling everyone's information to the Demon King. That is the reason the plan will fail. Carol. The commotion becomes louder than ever. The words "you betrayed us" are flying about, from the traitor tribes that are restrained, and from the non-restrained tribes as well. We had our weaknesses grabbed hold of by the Demon King's subordinates. However, I want to stop that now. What is necessary for this strategy to work, is for us to send false information and outwit them. We will use the trust we have won during the time we were traitors. Once this strategy has ended, I don't mind if you behead me. My private property will all be offered as reparations. Therefore, I want you to save the Star Rabbits other than me. And, please, Carol. Carol strongly grasps his fist, strong enough for blood to appear. Send the iron hammer to the Demon King that played with us. Carol. I can't control myself from breaking into a smile. I thought Carol was a capable man, but to think he would go this far. He's taking revenge while planning to die. Well, no matter how hard he struggles, Carol won't be saved. The demons here are not naive enough to forgive the betrayals he has done until now. However, I will take responsibility for just his daughter and save her. That's the kind of promise we made after all. Chapter 10. The chief of the Star Rabbit tribe, and the representative of the village where various tribes gather. Carol, who had been selling information to the Demon King as one of his pawns, suddenly exposed the fact that he is connected with the Demon King. That impact was large, and the tribes that have gathered here are in chaos. Carol, you better have resolved yourself. Garuga, the leader of the Iron Hog tribe, a tough, bipedal hog demon, raises a threatening voice. I had won over the Iron Hog tribe, the Blaze Horse tribe and the Wind Weasel tribe as allies from the start, and told them that the Star Rabbit tribe are traitors. Because of that, they're calmer than the other tribes. Of course, I said it earlier as well. Once everything ends, I don't mind if you judge what to do with me. Carol. Despite this situation, Carol is standing confidently. No. He is preparing to meet his fate. Why? Why did you reveal it at this timing? Garuga. Because it is necessary for beating the Demon King down to hell. No matter what I do by myself, at this rate, I would not be able to defeat the Demon King. Everyone's cooperation is necessary. I understand how selfish I am being by saying these words. Even so, not for my sake, but for the sake of defeating the Demon King with certainty, please lend me your strength. Carol. The demons here become bewildered. They can't forgive Carol who betrayed them, but they want to defeat the current Demon King more than that and be released from persecution. Rather than taking revenge on Carol, they probably want to prioritize that, as the Ironhog tribe's representative. No, as the representative of everyone here, I want you to answer my question. What made you do something like that in the first place? Why do you want to defeat the Demon King? If you continued being a traitor, you should have been able to spend days of peace. I cannot trust a bastard like you without hearing that. Garuga. A natural question. Carol said it was to reliably defeat the Demon King with certainty, but in the first place, he doesn't need to defeat the Demon King. If he just thought about the Star Rabbits, it would have been fine if he continued betraying the other demons. I cannot forgive the Demon King. Carol. Carol opens his eyes widely. His Star Rabbit tribe's characteristic red eyes are bloodshot. I was made to cooperate because they took my daughter, Lapis, as hostage, to preserve my daughter's life, who had contracted a strange disease. I was coerced to continue betraying to earn medicine. Despite that, the true colors of that illness was poison prepared by the Demon King's subordinates. What I believed was medicine and went as far as selling out my comrades to gain, was poison that numbed her sense of pain and continued the effects of the poison. Carol. The surrounding demons get their breath taken away. They have been affected by Carol's hatred. With the belief that I was dirtying my hands for my daughter, I was just making my daughter suffer even further. I definitely cannot forgive the Demon King. If it is to knock them down into hell, I don't mind even if I am ruined. Please let me apologize to everyone once again. Until now, many people died because of my betrayal. I will atone for that sin with my life and by defeating the Demon King. Carol. I laugh in the inside. That's a good speech. He has the resolution to offer his own life. That resolution engulfs the surroundings. That being said, there won't be any that approve of Carol without objection. The fact that their comrades died because of him is true. They can't just forgive him. If someone were to make an impetus, it would be me. Carol's words aren't a lie. At the very least, the fact that Carol's daughter, Lapis, had poison prescribed to her for a long period of time is true. As a healing magician, I could tell from examining her. Keare. The attention gathers on me. I won't let the flow Carol created go to waste. I approve of Carol's plan. If we use him, a pawn of the Demon King, the success rate of the plan will remarkably rise. There is already an overwhelming difference in fighting power, so we won't be able to win without using what we can use. This plan is too attractive to deny just because of emotions. Keare. Carol hasn't completely proven that he has severed connections with the Demon King. Pretending to betray the Demon King, he might be trying to trap us. Isn't it too risky to trust Carol? The young man of the Blaze Horse tribe timidly suggests that. That isn't true. In the first place, there wasn't a single person who doubted Carol. In that situation, there would be no need to announce that he's a pawn of the Demon King. If Carol was trying to deceive us, he could have just been doing things like always. Above all, I know of the tears Carol shed when I saved his daughter. Those tears, and the hatred of his daughter being made into a toy are not lies. Keare. Everyone here can at least understand that Carol's hatred is genuine. People who approved of my speech began to appear. The flow that Carol made and I supported is already constant. Now all that's left is to leave things to take their own course. Send false information to the Demon King, and throw the Godbird's disease into them at the best possible timing. Carol will surely be killed. No matter what reason he has, it makes no change to the fact that he sold out his comrades. And, He desires that. From seeing his speech and attitude right now, I am confident. He is a good person at his roots, so selling out his comrades pained his heart. Even if he's no longer here, his daughter's life will be saved. He wants to atone for it by dying. The demons of this village follow him. Before he was used by the Demon King, he probably was a good chief. If not, he wouldn't have been able to gain this much trust, and his subordinates wouldn't have followed him. A helpless story. It's not like I haven't thought about wanting to save him, but Carol himself doesn't desire that. There is only one thing I can do. Carol and Lapis were both toyed with, so all I can do is kill the Demon King with certainty. I will dispel his resentment. Of course, I haven't forgotten my own objective. I will obtain the Demon King's heart, the Philosopher's Stone. If I have that, I can start over when I really need to. Thanks to that incident, today's meeting continued until late at night. Apparently, the tribes other than the Star Rabbit tribe that were pawns of the Demon King were captured and isolated. As accomplices of the Star Rabbit tribe, they are going to be isolated until this strategy is carried out. And, as Carol wished, everyone apart from Carol in the Star Rabbit tribe will be forgiven. His ability to be able to save his tribe by sacrificing himself was tremendous. Normally, not only Carol, but the whole Star Rabbit tribe would have been purged. Using both emotional aspects and theory aspects, he was able to let it end with just his punishment. After the meeting, we came to forest at night. It's because I received such a classical way of calling me, having a letter affixed to an arrow. Because the Star Rabbits became like that, there were no eyes observing me and I was able to easily slip out. I become surprised from seeing the sender. That person is someone that shouldn't have been able to appear. The other party has come alone. Even though I especially came to meet you, it's unfortunate. You have changed your appearance just like they reported. The former you is cuter, and I preferred it by far. A large, dark-skinned man calls out to me with a stickily voice. The one who called me is the hero of the gun, Bullet. From Keare's story, you either died, or changed into a monster that's not human, but you sure seem healthy. Keare. Yes, my last target of revenge, the hero of the gun, Bullet. Carrying the divine gun Tathlum, with his well-trained body covered in priest clothing. Don't let out so much bloodlust. It's useless releasing it. After all, I am already dead, and dead people can't be killed. I didn't come here to fight you, Keare. Bullet. If so, what are you trying to do? Keare. I came to give advice so my cute Keare doesn't die. You are mine. I can't let you die over something foolish. Bullet. What is he planning? I usually can't see his thoughts, but it's even more so this time. An interference will appear when you attack the Demon King. You should be ready for that. Don't be killed by anyone other than me. Keare, you really are cute. It gives me the chills. It seems you call yourself Keare right now though. I love making cute boys like you. Surrender. Not only your appearance, children who have personalities similar to yours are the best. Bullet. After saying just that, he leaves. My hand starts trembling. My past trauma has been resurrected. I had continued being violated by him. An already troublesome guy just to acquire a troublesome power. He might have purposely been caught to gain power. Keare. Bullet was clad in black miasma. And there are large differences to the knights I fought previously. While having his reason, Bullet is immortal. Such a strong man is immortal. On top of that, unlike other heroes, he properly investigated into my ability, made a counter plan and is lying in wait for it. It seems my last revenge won't be able to proceed easily. But I notice myself getting fired up at the same time. In this second world, he hasn't gotten involved with me, so he is not a target of revenge. However, he is interested in me. I can tell from looking at those stickly eyes. If he has something to do with this interruption or whatever, I will immediately take revenge. He still doesn't know. He doesn't know that my recovery heal can even kill the immortal. We are both prey and hunters against each other. The one that shows a chance will be hunted. I definitely won't lose. I will definitely fulfill my revenge. For Bullet, I will thoroughly give him pain to the utmost limits. My last revenge will be showy, Chapter 11. Carol's persuasion succeeded, and the plan to circulate false information to the Demon King was to be executed. Just as he desired, Carol will be executed once this battle ends. He wishes to atone for his sins by dying. I half understand Carol's feelings, and half don't understand. The point where he wants to take revenge is the same as me, but I think it's pointless if you don't live your life happily after revenge. My revenge is for the sake of having a better life. Revenge is no more than a component to make my life excellent. If the day had finished with just that, it would have been good. The problem was what came after that. It would probably be bad if I don't find a way to kill the undead Keare. After the meeting, my target of revenge, Bullet, appeared. A large man with dark skin. Similarly to the knights that were attacking Keare, he was clad in miasma. An already troublesome man became immortal. I know his dreadfulness well, not only pure fighting strength, his knowledge, experience, and inventiveness are also excellent. Being thoroughly prepared and finding out his opponent's weakness is also his forte. He's in a different league to the other heroes I have been hunting until now. Thankfully, he appeared to give me a warning. He declared that an interference will enter in our Demon King subjugation war. If that is the immortal army corps of the Diral King's pawns, then it would be the worst. He changed simple knights into monsters that even Keare couldn't kill. When I fought with them, I thought burning them would defeat them, but I would have never expected them to regenerate from the smoke. At present, the only one that can kill them is me. A forceful technique where I use deterioration heal to make them have an incorrect shape. The problem is, they would easily be able to push through me if I'm alone. It's not like I don't have a counterplan. Keare. One is poison. Normal poison probably wouldn't have any effects on them. If there was anything that could potentially do something, it would be a pernicious cell modification. It is turning the enemy's cells into cancer cells. Cancer cells are a group of cells that cannot be controlled and are made to perform multiplication at an abnormal rate. It's troublesome for them because it is modification, not breaking. Since they have not been broken, automatic regeneration won't happen. If the cancer cells continue increasing, their figure as a living being won't hold. It will corner them to be unable to move. It's not like I can't make that kind of poison, but securing ingredients will be tough and it will also be difficult to make many. Or possibly, freezing them. Keare. If it's not defeating them, but immobilizing them, there are various tricks that can be used. Freya's ice attribute magic will take several days to melt. That is probably the best answer. Now, which will it be? An ant or a snake? Keare. I mutter that alone and then return to the house everyone is waiting at. If I remember correctly, today is the day I give love to Sword Saint Keare and the younger sister Princess Ellen. Keare has a carefully trained, excellent body, and is tight. Ellen isn't as fleshy because of her immaturity, but she gives off a mysterious charm, and excites men with her softness and warmness. Both of them are first-rate women. It's an unusual combination, but the unpredictability is nice. I'll pour plenty inside of them. Keare and Ellen have fainted. Because I met with Bullet, I became agitated and my blood is boiling. I struck that rage into the two of them. Since I wasn't able to settle down even after the two of them fainted, I used the unconscious two to cool my rage. This is good in its own way, as it's like using them as tools to deal with my sexual desires and excites my lust for conquest. While doing so, Keare comes over. She's in her kitsune cub figure. Goss Yujin-sama is smelly. Keare. And then, she suddenly says something rude. I'm doing this kind of thing. Having that sort of smell is natural. Keare. That's not what I mean. If I cared about Goss Yujin-sama copulating every single time, my mind will go strange. When I said smelly I meant the smell of darkness. The enemy's smell. Keare ruffles up her fluffy tail fur and is groaning. I met a man clad in black miasma. It might be because of that. Keare. That's what it is without a doubt. You did well living. Even though you haven't quit being a human, Goss Yujin-sama is amazing. Keare. Do you know what the black miasma is? Keare. I know it but I won't say it. It's a prohibited matter. But, you can call it Keare's enemy. Keare. I see, so this is why she is being cautious like this. My teasing spirit is sprouting. I leap upon Keare and hug her tightly, as she is a soft and fluffy kitsune cub. The sensation of hugging her is terrifyingly nice. Ah, I want to always stay like this. Let me go. You're smelly. Hugging me naked is gross. And you're covered in sweat. Keare. The kitsune cub struggles inside my arms. She is resisting quite seriously. If I go too far, she will hate me. I guess I should release her soon. While thinking that, Keare starts shining in my arms. Is she using flames? No. They aren't normal flames. They are flames that shine white. I don't feel heat, and instead, it feels comfortable. What's happening? Phew. Now it's not smelly anymore. But let me go because it's sweltering. This is familiar abuse. Keare. In a daze, I release Keare as she told me to. Then, Keare takes distance and starts grooming herself. Are you perhaps able to erase miasma? Keare is a divine beast. Being able to do this much is natural. Keare. She stops grooming herself and puffs up with pride. It's annoying when she does it in her kitsune-eared girl form, but in her kitsune cub form, it strangely feels lovely. I'm surprised she can erase miasma, but it's greatly welcomed. The amount of people other than me that can defeat the knights clad in black miasma have increased. If an enemy that possesses black miasma appears, I can either use deterioration heal or poison. Freya can freeze them in ice. And Keare can use her flames that have no heat to erase the miasma. This is great. Keare, you're unexpectedly quite useful, acting as a body double, and being able to erase the black miasma that was troubling me. Keare. Obviously, divine beasts are only born when they are necessary for the world. Since Keare was born, it means the world needs Keare. Keare. I see, I understand now. By the way, was it okay to say that? Keare. Koya? It's just barely safe. Keare is capable, but she's quite out of it. She's restless, becomes cocky when she's flattered, and has a very selfish personality. Who in the world does she resemble? Her personality was decided by eating parts of the surrounding humans' spirits and mana when she was an egg, but it seems she ate too much of Eve's spirit. If she resembled me a bit more, she should have shown calmness and prudence. Keare, you always say you're sleepy, so you should sleep quickly. Keare. Even though I specially worried for you, I don't care anymore. Keare returns. For some reason, Keare likes Eve, and enters her futon on the days when I'm not having sex with her. Keare was saying some interesting things. Keare. I discovered a new truth in my conversation with Keare today. Until now, I had only thought of the Black Miasma as a demon ability that was given to the Diral King from the Demon King. However, it's strange if I think about it carefully. It's too powerful. There's no way an ordinary demon or monster would have this. If this power existed in my first time round, the Demon King would have certainly used this, and would have made us suffer. If Keare, a divine beast, was born to oppose this miasma, this black miasma might be even more troublesome than the Demon King. In the first place, it's absurd. Compared to the first time round, everything is different in this second time round. It would have been influenced by me being riotous, but I'm certain that there's something more than that. I want to know what that something is. If there's something that has the power to interfere with the world, it's an enemy to me who is creating the world as I want to. There isn't enough material to think about it. Anything more than this would be just imagining things. Now, I should sleep as well. Keare. I bury my face in Keare's breast and close my eyes. Recently, I try to sleep while burying my face in the breasts of the girls I spend the night with. It gives me a peace of mind when I do this. The details of the strategy was decided, and it will be in 1 week's time. We departed towards the town that the Demon King controls, while taking large detours so the Demon King wouldn't suspect anything. Carol and company have been circulating false information. Eve's body double has departed in a different route, and the Demon King has been lying in wait after obtaining that information. Thanks to that, we can safely approach. While heading towards the major city the Demon King controls, the other tribes that are going to pick fights have already departed. Of course, they changed their course just before attacking the town they were specified to and attacked a different town. The decisive battle with the Demon King is just a short distance away. There's no going back now. In this carriage, the women and I are all together. They are all splendid assets that each have their own fortes. Eve, are you scared? Keare. Eve's hand is trembling. Her black wings also look smaller than usual. That's natural. If the castle town isn't annihilated by the snow of death with the godbird that Eve is going to summon, we will be crushed with the Demon King's overwhelming military strength. Our allies will be annihilated. I am scared. But, if you're by my side, it makes me feel like it's going to be okay. Eve. I tightly grasp Eve's trembling hand, and kiss her. The trembling thereupon stops. Don't worry, I will protect you. I'm your lover after all. Keare. Yeah, I believe you. Eve. Eve looks at me with wet eyes. But, it is unfortunate. Keare. What is? Eve. I was thinking of doing even more amazing things if you didn't get relieved from a kiss, but your trembling stopped so easily. Keare. Eve becomes bright red and puffs out her cheeks. Geez, even at a time like this. Keare. You are Eve. It seems her nervousness and anxiety has been completely blown off. This is fine. Since I'm bored, I enjoy myself by teasing Eve. The other members are all pleasantly looking at that. In a few days, we will arrive at the Demon King's home territory. I will obtain the resetting device called the Philosopher's Stone and make Eve the Demon King. My woman will become the Demon King. I will be able to do something that's probably even more interesting than anything I've done until now. A hindrance will probably appear as well, but I'll make all of them receive retribution. I hate people that steal from me or interferes with me to the point I want to kill them. I started a new novel. Sono osn, nishayam play wo manket such you. An old man that is hardworking but isn't rewarded has his life suddenly changed from realizing one thing and having an encounter. A story of seizing everything with knowledge and experience. I am confident in this one. Chapter 12. The healing magician is attacked. The carriage we are on is advancing towards the Demon King's castle town. As expected of a demon coachman, a monster is pulling it. Not a raptor that humans often use, but a huge wild boar with stone-like skin. It's a monster the Iron Hog tribe had enslaved, and is pulling the carriage at a tremendous speed. At this pace, we'll arrive in 5 days, just as planned. Keare. Betting on the pride of the Iron Hog tribe, we will certainly arrive 2 days before the information sent to the Demon King. Garuga. I talk with the Iron Hog tribe's chief about today's schedule. The information we sent to the Demon King via Carol stated that we will attack in 7 days. A decoy is heading to the castle town on the route and time that the Demon King was informed of. Our route is a detour route that avoids the major city, and is a rough road. Normally, it would have been impossible to arrive faster than the decoy that's going through the main highway, but I was able to ascend to it from experiencing this wild boar monster's pace. With this, we will be able to arrive faster than the decoy. The quickness is good, but the ride quality is the worst. Keare. We're traveling at this speed on this wasteland. Please endure it. To deceive the enemy, you have to do the impossible. Garuga. That's true. Keare. It's impossible to arrive at the castle town faster than the decoy by using a different route. Therefore, this surprise attack could be arranged. The problem is, Keare. The world is spinning round and round. Freya. Rest. Please let me take a rest. I am about to make a careless mistake in front of Keare. Ellen. Freya and Ellen, the pink-haired sisters' faces are ghastly pale. Especially Ellen, as she is on the verge of vomiting. They are getting carriage sickness. It's inevitable with this shaking. As expected of Setsuna and Keare, you're not perturbed at all from this shaking. Keare. NN. Setsuna is a warrior. Our ways of training are different. Setsuna. I have also trained my semicircular canals. Fighting would not be possible if I became ill from slight shaking after all. Keare. With twitching ears, Setsuna replies proudly, and Keare replies while pressing her silver hair down. Just as they said, both their ways of training are different. But, I'm surprised that even Eve is okay. Keare. Fufafu. Did you not know that people who possess wings don't get seasickness? Eve. That's my first time hearing of that. Well, It wouldn't be strange for her semicircular canals to develop since she has the ability to fly. For the time being, I'll do something about Freya and Ellen. Recovery heal. Keare, I cure their bodies. Thank you very much. You saved me. Freya, Kearuga's armor really is great. Ellen, no need to thank me. By combining the medicinal plants I had on hand, I made an anti-travel sickness medicine, so make sure to drink it. It should probably work. Keare, I said probably because there were only a few medicinal herbs on hand that had the efficacy to work on travel sickness. It should at least give them a peace of mind. Both of them drink the potion and say their thanks. After using recovery heal, they no longer have pale faces, probably because it was effective. Keare fixedly watched me while I was doing that. Keare, I heard Princess Fleur, Gohan, Freya and Setsuna were in that sort of relationship with you, but it seems they increased before I knew it. Keare, what are you saying all of a sudden? Keare, a lot of time has passed since we met up with Keare. We made self-introductions, and I told her about how I have sex with Setsuna alone in the mornings, but have sex with two people at night by rotation. I had sex with Keare and another woman together. I was desperate to get used to the environment, and it was difficult to ask. Keare is blushing. That part of her is slightly cute. Eve is my lover, and Ellen is my younger sister. Keare, since Nizama was talking about it, you probably expected it, but we had sex, you know? Ellen, I don't think it matters as long as there is love. Keare's face slightly cramped. However, Keare arbitrarily made a compromise. Judging that we aren't connected by blood from our appearance, she probably thought up a strange story. Let me set it straight. So, Freya is Kearuga's cooperator, and is currently your attendant. Keare. Since Keare knows that I am hiding her social position as a princess, she purposely used the expression cooperator, and it seems she remembers the setting that she was pretending to be an attendant when we met at Ranalita. Yes, that is correct. Freya just nods. Freya doesn't think of herself as Princess Fleur. She is under the impression that she has deceived Keare with her Princess Fleur acting. Freya is my property, toy, that takes delight in serving me with her body and heart. Setsuna is Kearuga's slave, right? Keare. Setsuna is Kearuga-sama's property, toy. Setsuna serves Kearuga-sama. Setsuna triumphantly says something that might make someone frown, depending on the person. What a good girl. I'll give her plenty of love later. And then, Eve is Kearuga's lover. Only your treatment seems strangely nice. Keare. Fufafu. Well yeah. Since Kearuga said no matter what, I became his lover. Despite how he looks, Kearuga does have his cute parts. Eve. That somewhat irritates me. I'll take care of her in a different meaning than Setsuna and make her cry out in plenty. And, Ellen is Kearuga's younger sister, right? Keare. Yes. I am given plenty of love from Kearuga Nizama. Ellen. With a red face, she shakes her head. I occasionally have times when I doubt whether Ellen really was that Princess Norn. The gap was intense for Freya as well, but Norn's was even further. However, she does show her strategist nature sometimes. I get the gist of it. What am I to you, Kearuga? Keare. A lover, just like Eve. Kearuga. I embrace and kiss her, an adult kiss, that is. Keare blushes. Despite how she looks, Keare loves me the most among everyone here, and her sexual desire is particularly strong. It's because I brainwashed her by using drugs, magic and some hypnotism when she was getting angry over her life that had always been austere. My women each responded differently while staring at my kiss with Keare, and the Iron Hog tribe leader averted his face. Since he's a straight-laced person, he isn't good with these sorts of things. They're concentrating on speed in this journey after all, so even we restrained ourselves from sexual activities. But I'm almost at my limit and the girl's dissatisfaction keeps appearing. Tonight, I'll put up the tent I bought just in case and enjoy myself. Sound will probably leak, but he can endure that much. Normally, I would love two people, but everyone has been enduring for so long, so I'll give everyone love in one go. As expected, it's my first experience with everyone in one go, but I'll enjoy that in its own way. I should drink my specially made energy increase potion. It can't be helped that there's only my one thing, so I guess I'll have Setsuna and Freya, who have learned the various techniques to take care of the other girls. It was right when I was thinking about that. Keare, who had curled up into a ball and was sleeping as if assuming that she had nothing to do with this, jumped up to her feet. Smelly. It's really smelly. Keare. It wasn't a simple insult. If a divine beast like Keare says it smells. Everyone, put yourself on guard and get ready to be attacked. Keare. They should have come close. I take my head out the window and check the surrounding presences. They've come. Doll-like knights that have no expressions jumped out while riding raptors and are chasing after us. Keare. What are those guys? It's almost as if they are dolls. I don't sense any life. Keare. As expected of a warrior, the Iron Hog tribe's leader has sharp discernment. He saw through the fact that those knights weren't normal humans. They're something that was originally a human, but was warped by someone close to the Demon King. Even if you cut them or burn them, they will immediately regenerate. Fighting them is useless. Can we outrun them? Keare. Don't be absurd. We are holding this much baggage. Even Carol Boa is no match for a raptor's legs. Keare. I see. In that case, leave it to us. Keare. Since I had been given a warning from Bullet, the hero of the gun, I was prepared for an intervention from the Diral Kingdom, but to think an attack would come this quickly. Freya, Keare, follow me. Everyone else should stay in the carriage. We're up against immortal opponents, and you don't have the abilities to fight them. Keare. Everyone obediently nods. There aren't any that have any dissenting opinions here. No, wait. Since Freya is a 4-attribute magician and can use ice magic, I judged she could stop the immortal soldiers. However, I overlooked something unthinkable. Setsuna is from the Ice Wolf tribe. The impression of her freely using claws of ice to fight hand-to-hand was strong. But if she can make that sort of thing, she should be able to use ice magic. Setsuna, can you freeze each of them in ice? Keare. Setsuna hasn't tried it because killing is faster. But, with this level, it's most likely possible. Setsuna. All right. In that case, follow me. Keare. Setsuna will try hard. Setsuna. I hold Freya in a princess carry, and Keare climbs on top of my head. In that position, I jump off the carriage. Setsuna softly jumps off as well and follows. I let Freya off. The 7 knights riding raptors chase after us. All of them are immortal knights. Freya, freeze them all with ice magic. Keare. I understand. Freya starts chanting. The mana quantity increases. By calculating backwards from the mana quantity, it's a rank 3 magic. An average magician would have taken quite a lot of time to chant, but Freya can activate rank 3 magic in seconds. Being the hero of magic isn't just for show. Rank 3 magic, ice gauge. Freya. Countless icicles grow from the ground, and then, everything stabbed by the icicles start to freeze. Even though they are immortal, they cannot move if they are frozen. My inference was correct. Those immortal knights can't even move an inch. It's the ice of a tip-top magician, so it won't melt for a few days. However, it seems they weren't annihilated. The knights on both ends jumped off from their raptors and escaped outside of the ice gauge range. They have drawn their swords, and are drawing near us. Setsuna on the right, Keare on the left. I'm counting on you guys. Keare. Leave it to Setsuna. Setsuna. Gosyujin is so wild with using his familiar. Keare. One jumps out. First is Keare. She somersaults, and pushes out a hand after changing her appearance into a kitsune beauty. A ball of white flames manifests. Smelly, disappear. Keare hates that smell. Keare. As if throwing away trash, she fires white flames. The moment the white flames touched the knight, he burst into flames at once. I also tested incineration, but that time he regenerated from the smoke. However, the white flames aren't a physical phenomenon, and is like a conceptual attack that burns up all the impurity. Keare has crossed her arms and is making a triumphant face. The immortal knight was annihilated. I can rely on this power. I look towards Setsuna. She made claws of ice on both hands, and has entered the knight's bosom. No way. Is she going to break my order and cut it up like always? No, that's impossible for Setsuna. Setsuna dodges the knight's attack, and violently thrusts her claws of ice into its chest. Then, the knight freezes from inside the body. It seems Setsuna purposely challenged it in close combat to efficiently freeze it. The immortal knight becomes unable to move. Setsuna, Guren, and Freya, good work. That was a good experiment. Even against the immortal, you guys are able to fight them. Keare, to the end. The counter-plan against the immortal knights was only an abstract theory. It's great that I was able to gain actual proof here. Besides, if they can be dealt with this way, I can also use Eve and Keare. I'll ask them to protect Freya and act as a support. Even if they can't kill the knights, they can gain time for Freya to freeze them by chopping them up, or making them full of holes. Their movements will be stopped during that time. We can give them redemption by using the flames of purification or freeze them with a peace of mind. Words alone aren't good enough. Guren demands a reward. Specifically, meat. Guren. She's as cheeky as ever. Well, it's a request from my cute pet, so I can at least comply with that much. When I take out Guren use dried meat from my pocket and throw it, she dive catches it while still in her girl appearance and deliciously eats it while waving her tail. This is a surreal scene. We won this time, but this is bad. Keare, we can't be getting delighted. Although we should have been taking actions while outwitting the Demon King, we were attacked by immortal knights, and it was a complete ambush. This truth is heavier than anything else. Where did the information leak from? I'm surprised that there were not only the Demon King's things in that village, but there were also spies from the Diral Kingdom. This time's attack on the Demon King's castle town has become quite troublesome. However, since we have already started moving, we can't stop. No matter what happens, I will fulfill my objective. I started a new novel. Sono Osn, Nishim play wo manket such you. A middle-aged man that is hardworking but isn't rewarded has his life suddenly changed from realizing one thing and having an encounter. A story of seizing everything with knowledge and experience. I am confident in this one. Chapter 13. We received an attack from the Diral Kingdom on the way to the Demon King's castle town. The countermeasures I was thinking of worked perfectly against the immortal knights. Sealing their movements by freezing them in ice. Or Guren, a divine beast, defeating them with flames of purification were both effective. However, not everything was good news. By using a decoy, we outwitted the Demon King and went through a different route, but we were still ambushed. This fact is extremely problematic. It's proof that spies from the kingdom had been in the village. Since it was leaked to the kingdom, the possibility that the information was also leaked to the Demon King is high. I tell that matter to Eve's guard, the leader of the Iron Hog tribe. So, what are you going to do? Garuga, we have no choice but to continue the strategy as is. No, we'll carry it out one day earlier. By betraying our allies, we can outwit the enemy. Don't tell anyone, we're going to do it alone. Keare, I get what you're saying, but it's impossible. Even now, we are making this guy run too unreasonably, so he would die. Garuga, the wild boar that the Iron Hog tribe leader is using, is running at a pace impossible for horses or raptors. It is tremendous physical strength and endurance. Even so, shortening it by one day is impossible, if we use a normal method, that is. It's okay. I'm here. Recovery heal. Keare, I apply recovery heal on the wild boar pulling the carriage, and the gasping wild boar regains its power. I was planning to just recover its stamina, but it seems that it hadn't properly recovered from the bone fracture it once had, so I corrected that as well. Not only does it cure injuries, but it can even release fatigue. I've never heard of a recovery heal like that. Garuga, it's a hero's recovery heal after all. Now we should be able to shorten it by one day, right? Keare, it's possible if it keeps running at full speed. Is your mana fine? Garuga, a foolish question. Keare, in that case, I'll make it run as fast as possible. Garuga, the carriage's pace raises dramatically. There isn't a great difference from defeating him one day earlier, but I want to do everything I can. I don't want to become an idiot that says something like if only I worked harder at that time. If I fail exiting the carriage, we make camp. Running at night is dangerous because a wild boar's eyes don't work at night. Besides, even if I can restore its stamina, I can't restore its spirit. It's necessary to properly get enough sleeping time. We are the same for that point. If we don't get proper rest at night, we would be all worn out by the time we reach the Demon King's castle town. The Iron Hog tribe are reliable guards, but since being together all the time is tiring, they are surrounding an open-air fire in a different location. Tonight, we're going to set up a tent and spend the night there. We finish eating dinner by using the highest quality monster meat among everything I've stocked up until now, and even using expensive vegetables for energy. I made the best feast ever. Everyone delightfully had seconds. Now we should be able to enjoy the night perfectly. Keare, could I request something from you? Keare, if you're requesting something from Keare, you need to show your sincerity. Keare, with a shameless voice, the kitsune cub demands meat from Keare. I wonder who she got this shamelessness from. I will give you dried meat. Keare passes dried meat to her. Then, the kitsune cub jumps at the meat and eats it in the blink of an eye. That was delicious. There's no problem, so say it. Keare, I want to test if your flames of purification can be put on my sword. It would be impossible with just a normal sword, but I thought there might be a chance with the Keare family's heirloom sword. This sword was a sword made to cut magic. Keare, I had noticed that Keare got a new sword, a sharp sword carrying mana. However, I didn't think it was the Keare's heirloom. Keare's must have resolved herself for her to bring out such an item. Keare's flames are amazing, so the sword might melt if it can't handle it. Are you still fine with that? Keare, yes, I think this sword should be fine. Besides, I will be a burden if this doesn't work. Keare, those are eyes that show resolve. Keare draws her sword. It's a beautiful sword. A sword that is sublime and sharp enough that you could call it Keare herself. Even though it places importance in functionality and does not have any gaudy ornaments, it looks more beautiful than any treasure sword. Looking at it carefully, it seems that the mechanism that lets it cut magic absorbs the power of the magic the moment it touches it, and then breaks the magic formula. And, under the assumption that it would be used so unreasonably, it was made to be durable by using a magic metal for it. Don't hate me if the sword becomes useless. Well then, I'll try it. Keare will do her best so that the flames have a sticky feeling. Keare. The kitsune cries out with a koyu-en, and produces flames from the tip of her nose. That flame hits Keare's sword and engulfs the sword blade. Amazing. The flames perfectly engulfed the sword. Keare is amazing. Keare stands up, and releases a side sweep to a tree as thick as her leg. She swings the sword in its flame-clad state. The tree slid from its cut section, and fell. The flames haven't gone out yet. Keare, with this, I can fight the immortal knights as well. Keare, that's a pleasant miscalculation. But, before that, I need to punish the trickster kitsune. Keare, why did you make a nonsense threat? You fired those flames of purification at me before, right? I don't remember it being hot. Those flames only burned impurity away. Keare averts her eyes. I think I might have said that, but also kinda think I didn't say that. Keare, I can just order you to tell me the truth, you know. Keare, I'm sorry. A normal sword can't contain the flames, so I thought it was impossible anyways. And it was bothersome. Keare, gripping Keare, who tried to run away, by the scruff of her neck, I raise her up. The kitsune cub's short hands and feet flap around, trying to escape. I rest her on my knee, and slap her butt, making a pan sound. That hurts. Abuse, familiar abuse. Keare, it's punishment. From now on, don't tell a lie just because you can't be bothered. Keare, I'm sorry. Keare. After slapping her around 3 times, I release her. Keare tries to put her hand on her stinging butt, but it doesn't seem to work in her kitsune cub appearance. So she changes into her beautiful girl appearance and holds her red butt after explicitly lowering her skirt. Her kitsune ears and tail are both flat. It stings. Keare. This is subtly erotic. Well, even I'm not that much of a brute to violate my own daughter that was born from absorbing my mana and emotions. I'll stop with just appreciating it. Anyways, Keare. Wrap Keare's sword with your flames of purification again when the immortal knights appear again. Keare. Okay, I will cooperate if it's to exterminate those guys. Keare. With this, I've gotten her agreement to the promise. Even Keare has become able to fight, so we don't need to be afraid of the immortal knights anymore. No, there's just one guy we need to be afraid of. Hero of the gun, bullet. Only I am able to defeat him, and I don't intend on letting anyone else do it. That night, I became excited because we hadn't done it recently. Even for me, it was tough to love everyone at once, but I satisfied everyone because I was quite backed up. Such a large group sex would exhaust my soul if we did it every day, but it is extremely stimulating if we do it from time to time. Everyone fell asleep after getting tired from doing it. Women who trust you and thoughtlessly expose their sleeping face are stimulating. I want to sleep as well, but since I have the chance, I'll enjoy slowly comparing their sensations and tastes before sleeping. Not good. I thought I used it all up, but it became energetic again. It would be bad to wake them up, so I'll enjoy myself in a way that uses them while they're sleeping. That was a nice refresher. Thanks to that, our journey is pleasantly advancing. And then, a few days later, we finally arrived at the Demon King's castle town. We got off the carriage and moved by foot a lot. It's something we were able to do because there were only a select few of us. The diversionary tactics in various places have probably started, as soldier-like demons are recklessly coming out of the gate. Today is one day before we were originally going to execute the plan. At night, we will send the snow of death with the god bird's power. Once that happens, all the demons and monsters in this town will be annihilated. It's foul play. It involves everyone, including the people capable of fighting and the people incapable of fighting. But if we can't do that, we can't reach the Demon King. I didn't want to use this kind of method. It's a tactic a devil would use. But you know, the ones that went on the wrong path are you guys. You won't make any complaints, right? Keare. I won't forget it. The resentment towards the Demon King army that eradicated the Kokuyaku tribe's village. Those people accepted us, who are humans. They reminded me of ordinary days, and peace. Every day I spent in that village was filled with happiness. Despite that, the Demon King army destroyed it. Therefore, I will do the same. Annihilation. This is revenge. I won't hesitate. Now, let's send the snow of death to them, and dispel the resentment of the Kokuyaku tribe that passed away. I started a new novel. Sonoosn, Nishim play wo mankitsuch a middle-aged man that is hardworking but isn't rewarded has his life suddenly changed from realizing one thing and having an encounter. A story of seizing everything with knowledge and experience. I am confident in this one. Chapter 14. We finally arrived at the Demon King's castle town. Without entering the town, I'm using a telescope to see the state of the town from a small hill. There are many well-dressed and brawny demons. I can tell how much the enemy has read into our strategy from looking at the state of their town. For example, if a large-scale evacuation was starting, it means they have already sensed our movements. Plenty of apples have been lined up in the shops. It seems the information that we sent about how eating apples can defend against the godbird's disease has properly circulated. Even though there's no way apples could defend against a disease that even I couldn't make any antibodies against, since the nature of the disease changes every few seconds. Hey, Keare, let me look as well. Eve. Before I knew it, Eve came close to me and started talking to me. Even though she's about to do a great task, she's like always. Which is what she's trying too hard at. She must be desperately acting as if she's fine. After this, Eve is going to kill thousands, tens of thousands of demons. There's no way she would be normal. No, Keare. Why? I'm the one that's using the god bird. Eve. That's the reason. You shouldn't look at the faces of the people you're about to kill. It'll just make it tougher for you. Keare. Even I feel that way when I look at the state of the town like this. The final objective is to subjugate the atrocious Demon King. He feared having his position of power being stolen by the tribes that the former Demon King gave favorable treatment to. So he expelled, slaughtered, and performed all kinds of unjust acts, so that his successor would be of the same race, and would win over the tribes that are unctuous to the Demon King. It's natural that he should die. However, the people she's killing this time are the residents of the castle town. They are ordinary people that were slightly blessed. They live their daily lives to the best of their abilities. They have the sin of following the atrocious Demon King, but they are people, just like us. I properly bear that in mind. Whether they are a good person or my benefactor, I kill my enemies. With the Demon King's army, the Kokuyaku tribe that was kind to me has already. Not only that, the country is using its power to massacre as well. With that point, my revenge target was no longer the Demon King as an individual person, but the country that the Demon King controls. However, Eve finds that incomprehensible. There's a chance she won't be able to kill the virtuous citizens. And even if she does kill them, her heart will bear a deep scar. Eve should not see people as people, just fighting power, just game pieces, just numbers. If she doesn't kill them while thinking of them like that, her heart won't hold. Keare, you really are kind in the strangest ways. That's why I became your lover. I'm not so cheap that I would give up my body just because you're cool or you saved my life. Eve smiles sweetly, and snatches the telescope, because that movement was just too natural. I couldn't react. I see, so I'm going to kill these people now. They are laughing normally, and living normally. Eve's tone when she muttered seemed as if she felt helpless. I think you already know, but if you say something like you're not going to bring out the godbird here, the guys in the village that are opposing the Demon King will be massacred. No one will be saved unless you defeat the Demon King now and become the new Demon King. Keare, I already know that. It's fine that you're nice, but you unconsciously look down on everyone, right? I want to properly take responsibility for it. I want to properly know what I did. If not, I can't proudly become the Demon King. Eve's hand is shaking. In her mind, she engraved the figures of the people she's about to kill. I know how profound my sin is, but I will do it. You know, for me, rather than these people living normally, my comrades are more important. Everyone dwelling in my back is praying for me to take back the country of the Kokuyaku tribe. Eve spreads her black wings. By birth, Eve possessed one skill as the king of the Kokuyaku tribe. Kokuyaku summon. It keeps the souls of her same tribe that died with regret in each of her feathers, and is a technique that gives those souls a physical body as necessary. In her small back, Eve is carrying countless souls. I'm looking down on others. Certainly. You might be right. Sorry. If you want to take responsibility for those sins, then I won't stop you. However, Keare, I put my own hand on Eve's shaking hand. I can support you like this. Well, today is Ellen's day though. If you feel lonely or scared, call me, since I can at least be flexible with your turn in line. Keare. Pew. What is that? Keare. You really are a bit strange. Eve leans her body on my shoulder. We look at the state of the town together. They aren't on the watch for us. We can give them plenty of damage. It's time to carry out the plan. We definitely can't fail. It's to protect everyone from the village as well, but it's also for Eve herself. The godbird's power is too much for someone to handle. Each time she calls it, she receives serious damage. Eve can summon it once more. And she said that she would lose her life the third time. Even if she doesn't die, she will lose something every time she summons it. So, I'm going to make this time the last. The sun set. We will now carry out the strategy. After causing chaos by sending the godbird's snow of death, select few people will charge. We'll use the godbird for breaking in. By riding its back, we can enter the Demon King's castle. The select few people include my party, the stalwarts of the Iron Hog tribe, and the best people in each tribe from the village. Everyone, are you ready? Keare. Please leave it to me, Keare-sama. I have plenty of mana, and right now, I can even ram them with rank 7 magic. Freya breathes roughly from her nose. Humans can only use up to rank 5 magic, and anything further is magic that only the hero of magic, Freya, can use. At any rate, rank 7 magic. It seems she's already reached the area that Princess Flare was finally able to use before fighting the Demon King in the previous world. I'm sure my raising method must have been good. Setsuna will protect Keare-sama even if it costs her life, with the power given by Keare-sama. Setsuna looks at me with eyes full of determination. Her natural fighting sense, her flexible, tough body, and the effort she's accumulated. Everything needed for fighting was arranged in Setsuna. However, simply because her level limit was low, she wasn't able to become strong. But everything changed after meeting me. Because she received a hero's semen every day, her level limit now exceeds an ordinary person, and has become champion class. And her level had reached the upper limit. By now, Setsuna possesses enough power to rival the 3 champions of the Diral Kingdom. Even if the opponent is a demon king, there is no way I would lose with you here. Let's go comfortably. Keare. In this situation there was a calm person. Sword Saint Keare Claylett. For sword techniques, there are none that surpass her in this world. And she became even stronger after gaining the qualifications to be the hero of the sword. It might be conceit, but after meeting me, Keare has become much stronger. In a one-to-one battle, even I would have to use my trump card on her. Kyarugan is armor. I feel like I finished everything I needed to do when the strategy drafting phase ended, so I cannot say anything cool, but I will accompany you anywhere. Ellen, Princess Norn, who became Ellen after having her memories erased, makes a clenched fist with her small hand. With this rough strategy as a base, she concentrated on the details and revised it so that we can smoothly carry out the operation even if we suddenly accelerate it by 2 days. She isn't flashy, but Helen is helpful. Guren is going to Kitsune sleep after we finish this quickly. Finish it so that you don't use Guren's power as much as possible. Guren. The Kitsune cub scrambles up my head and yawns. I wonder why she can't read the situation. If possible, I wanted her to say something cool. My party is the strongest. There's no way we would lose with these members. And then, we turn our eyes towards today's leading actress. Eve. Everyone finished preparing. Now it's just you. Kyaruga. Yeah, I have already prepared myself since long ago. Eve. Eve closes her eyes on the spot and gives a prayer. Eve spread her wings. Eve's mana world. It was enough mana to make anyone who possesses mana to fear her. Eve opens her eyes. Her blood-red eyes are shining. A huge magic circle was created at her feet. I command you in accordance with the ancient oath. You who carries wind and death, the companion of my soul, Caladrius. Manifest right here and now. Eve. By Eve's powerful words, a gate opens. The magic circle on the ground projects in the sky, and a large bird appears from inside the magic circle with its white wings covering its body. The god bird that carries disease, Caladrius. Oh master. This is now the 2nd time you have called me. I thought of questioning your resolution, but I will not. I can tell from looking at those eyes. This is a warning. Make this is the last time you summon me. Next time, you will become a broken person when you call me. And death comes the next time. Caladrius. I know. But your power is necessary. Lend me your power, Caladrius. Eve. Eve faces the god bird. The god bird made a white ball of light at its feet. It's big enough to fit 20-30 people. O sword friends of my master. Enter this sphere. If not, you will die. Caladrius. We nod, and enter the god bird's white sphere. Then, the god bird grabs the white sphere with the claws on both of its feet and flies. Inside the white sphere, Eve is desperately praying. No, she's giving power to the god bird. Eve's hair was originally black like her black wings. However, when the Kokyoku tribe's village was attacked, the color in her hair came out and it became white. This time, color is disappearing from Eve's skin, and I feel Eve's existence turning faint. I embrace her from behind, and pour mana into her. I don't know if there's a point to that, but I just wanted to do it. Once we came to the town's sky, the demons looked up and started panicking. Without caring about that, the god bird moved to the center of the town. It spreads its wings. Snow began to fall. It's not just any snow. It's the snow of death. Death rained incessantly onto the town. Demons and monsters collapsed in succession. There were people that believed in the superstition and ran into shops, eating apples, but they simply died. Those who tried to release an arrow at the god bird immediately lost the strength to pull their bow and died. Those who tried to go to the sky fell halfway and died. Overwhelming power. The country eater that destroyed a country. The snow soaked into the roofs of buildings where people confined themselves in, and even killed the residents inside. Thousands, tens of thousands of lives worthlessly fell. Keare. I can hear many people dying. Eve. While biting her lip, Eve mutters that with a voice that sounds like she's about to cry. Without saying anything, I put power into the hand I'm embracing Eve with. 5 minutes passed. The soldiers that came out of the castle, asking what happened, all died as well. The ones that survived are probably the ones in a special room of the Demon King's castle that's protected by a barrier. With the snow of death that just rained, we shaved more than 90% of their fighting power, the greatest obstacle to assaulting the Demon King's castle. The overwhelming number of strong soldiers has disappeared. And there is one bonus. A hero's level limit is so they can become as strong as they want. My level that absorbed 10,000s of lives has become 232, a laughable number. Even the hero party in the first world was around level 80. Eve is in a party with Freya, Keare, and I, who all have level limits of . It must be because of the overwhelming correction of 2-fold to 8-fold from being cubed. And then, Freya and Keare are also over level 200 like me. There probably isn't a single person that has ever reached that level in history. Oh Master, it must be your limit to keep me here for this long. I will go. Caladrius. Yeah, please. Eve. The godbird strongly flaps. We charge towards the Demon King's castle. We enter by breaking through the upper floors of the castle. At the same time, the white sphere disappears, and we penetrated inside the Demon King's castle. The godbird's appearance fades. I pray for the fortunes of war for my master. My master in this occasion was quite interesting. It is disappointing that we have to separate after all. Caladrius. The godbird completely disappeared. Keare. Sorry. It looks like I'm at my limit already. I leave the rest to you. Eve. Eve faints. Then, I caught her body in my arms. Good job. Just leave the rest to us. Keare. Eve has done what she needs to do. It's our job. From now on, we'll find the Demon King, and slaughter him. And then, we'll make Eve the Demon King. Once we do that, I can live happily with my important people. After I finish my revenge, it will probably change into that kind of world. I'm looking forward to that kind of world. I see, so I'm already thinking about my future after my revenge. Chapter 15. Due to the snow of disease the god-bird sent, destruction visited the Demon King's castle town. Both demons and monsters were massacred. The snow of disease even soaked through the Demon King's castle, so their military strength is in a devastated condition. The plan was able to go this well largely because of the effect of sending false information through the Star Rabbit tribe. The only ones that survived inside the Demon King castle are the ones in a room that is protected by a barrier. Starting with the Demon King's room, several important points were strictly protected by a barrier, and the godbird's disease snow couldn't reach that far. If we are going to defeat the Demon King, right now is the only chance. Although the Demon King's military strength was almost annihilated, after 2 or 3 days, the Demon King's military strength that scattered to various places will return. Once that happens, we're done for. I can't use the same move twice. The godbird's power is too much for a person to hold. It will heavily burden Eve's body, and furthermore have part of her soul taken away as compensation. If any more of her soul is taken away, Eve will break. Let's hurry. The castle map is correct, right? Keare. I asked the Iron Hog tribe. Since this castle has been used since the previous Demon King's time, the blueprint remained. There is an equilibrium of a magical significance and lines in the construction, so it can't be changed that easily. Garuga. Although they were exterminated by the current Demon King, this castle was originally used by the previous Demon King and the tribes that were driven away. They know the particulars of the inner structure. Thanks to that, we evaded traps and pushed straight forward to the throne, where the Demon King is at. On the way, we crossed many demon and the monster corpses. All of them died while struggling in pain. I look at Eve. She fainted, and is being carried by one of the elites from the Iron Hog tribe. I don't feel too good with Eve being touched by other people, but my party is the main force. We need to be in a condition to be able to fight whenever. It's irritating that I can't heal Eve. No matter what kind of injury or disease it is, my recovery heal can heal it. However, even if I wring out all the mana I have to the limit, healing an injured soul is impossible for recovery heal. All I can do for this is to leave it to time. What I can do, is to pray for Eve to wake up and defeat the Demon King to make the most of Eve's tenacity. We must have run for 30 minutes already. We stop our legs, and look up at the thing in front of us. A sealed gate. Keare. I had heard beforehand that there are several defenses until the highest floor where the Demon King is. One of those is the sealed gate. It's a thick gate that's enormous enough that I have to look up at it. On top of there being overlapping barriers, it's made from orichalcum. A great amount of mana would be consumed to break through with force. I don't want to make such a mistake before the decisive battle with the Demon King. Keare. The key is over here. The Iron Hog tribe takes out the Demon King's key. The master of this castle was originally from their village, so there would at least be a key. You would think they should at least change the key if the owner changes, but they probably couldn't even do that as it's an out-of-place artifact that is inherited generation after generation. The Iron Hog tribe turns the key and the door automatically opens. Everyone, jump backwards. Keare. I shout. Under my instructions, Setsuna, Keare and I, who were the vanguards, immediately jumped. However, the elites from the Iron Hog tribe that was also in the front reacted too late. It can't be helped. If they want to survive, they should follow my instructions and move. They are different to Setsuna and the others who were made to think about the reason afterwards. In exchange for that slowness, they had to pay with their lives. A silver, enormous hammer fell down, and those people from the Iron Hog tribe were crushed. It's instant death. A golem made of orichalcum. That's quite interesting. Keare. They easily surpassed my height by twofold, and two golems with large builds appeared. In their hands, they have a boorish hammer. Their skin shines with silver, the most prominent metal even among the magic metals, orichalcum. On top of invalidating most magic, its physical defensive power is high. That's a hard opponent. As expected, there's no meaning to using deterioration heal on an inorganic opponent, and even the godbird's disease snow seems to not have been able to kill the golem. When I look at the Iron Hog tribe people's faces, I see fear and surprise. They didn't know of this thing's existence. Brace yourselves. That guy's strong. Keare. I warn everyone. Well, even without saying that, anyone could probably tell that it's strong. If I were to convert it to level, it is around level 70. It matches the heroes in the first world. I wonder if I'll become exhausted from fighting this thing. Was what I would have thought until just the other day. I'm composed by making the experience points eightfold with 3 heroes in our party, the demons and monsters we killed in the castle town, Keare, Freya, and my level is around 200. Keare-sama, leave 1 to Setsuna. Setsuna wants to test her power on a formidable enemy after a long time. Setsuna. I smile slightly. I was just thinking the same thing. Even if Keare and I easily win against an orichalcum golem, the experience points won't be that much of a big deal. Setsuna becoming stronger at fighting is the best. All right. I'll give the right one to you, Setsuna. We'll go kill the left one instantly. Keare. Until it becomes dangerous, I'll just watch over her. I'll be watching what you can do, Setsuna. The fight begins. And, I was surprised. Keare swings her sword, a slash that is beautiful and thoroughly clear. I wasn't surprised from just that. The surprise came after that. Keare's sword cut through the orichalcum golem like butter. As everything below its knee was cut off, the orichalcum golem crumbled down, and had its central part immediately stabbed by Keare. The core was destroyed and it stopped its actions. Strange. Keare's sword is a famous sword, but it's weaker than orichalcum. It's physically impossible. You did well cutting that kind of thing. Keare. If you raise your concentration to the limit, you can see the assembly of the really small spots of the material. If you cut through the gap between the spots, you can easily cut through things, even if they are hard. Besides, after my level rose, I was able to control chi even better than before. If you clad the sword with chi, the sharpness will increase, and feats of this level are possible. Keare. No way. Is she actually cutting in between the molecules? I did think the sword saint lacked common sense, but for her to come this far in the first place, What is chi? Is it a concept separate from mana? I should use imitation heal on Keare later. There's no loss in gaining a concept I don't know of. Then, I might become even stronger. Since the fight ended, I look towards Setsuna. Setsuna is having a hard fight. Her claws of ice she's using to pierce the Orichalcum golem are being broken. There isn't a single injury on the Orichalcum golem. From looking at the number of ice fragments scattered on the ground, I can tell she has repeated the same action many times. Thanks to her characteristic speed and fighting sense, she hasn't taken a single blow, but her fatigue has started showing on her face. She will probably be caught eventually, and there's no point in continuing if she doesn't have a telling blow to use. I guess I'll end it soon. Just when I was thought that. First freeze its joints with your eyes. Then, once the opponent's balance is destroyed, send a blow with all your power to its joint. You should be able to defeat it if you do so. Ellen shouted. That's a good move. Aiming for the joints is normal practice. However, on top of having its joints hidden well, the Orichalcum golem is constantly moving. It should be possible if she just lightly hits it, but it would be difficult to drive a full power blow onto it. Although its joints aren't made of Orichalcum, they are hard, so bare hands can't hit a telling blow, and Setsuna didn't have the composure to do that. However, it should be simple if she's just freezing its joints first, as she just needs to lightly touch it to activate the magic. It must be a plan to make it fall like that and drive a full power blow onto it. Setsuna will try it. Setsuna nods, and runs. While slipping through the enemy's blows, she touches its knee joint, fixing its joint by making the ice coil about it. The Orichalcum golem tries to turn around, but because of its joints that were frozen by ice, its balance breaks and falls down. Did it? Won't let this chance go to waste. Setsuna turns to its side, and Kami hits it with a full power blow. The joints break with the ice still on it. The Orichalcum golem loses the parts from its knee down, so it won't be able to fight properly anymore. Ellen, thanks. Sorry for thinking you were useless until now. Setsuna. My head, this is my only redeeming feature, so I need to participate in times like this. Setsuna and Ellen nod to one another. This is quite nice scene. Afterwards, it was a one-sided battle. The Orichalcum golem that couldn't even stand was cornered and had its core gouged out. Setsuna defeated the Orichalcum golem with Ellen's advice. I thought she would put up a good fight, but I didn't think she would win. That's a pleasant miscalculation. Kieruga-sama. Setsuna won. Setsuna. Good job. I'm proud of you. Kieruga. I stroke Setsuna. Setsuna delightfully waves her white tail. I'm glad she didn't have too much hardship to something equivalent to level 70. There shouldn't be that many demons or humans that can win against Setsuna anymore. I pack my bag with the fragments of the defeated Orichalcum golem. There aren't many chances to obtain rare metals like Orichalcum, so I'll gratefully accept it. While I'm at it, I'll put it in the pocket of my jacket as well. It's a substitute for a charm. We defeated the gatekeeper. Let's hurry ahead. Kieruga. Once I say that, everyone nods and starts running. The leader of the Iron Hog tribe that lost his comrades has a bitter face, but he follows after us after replacing his feelings. All that's left is to defeat the few surviving demons, and then we will reach the Demon King. The final decisive battle is close. I'll definitely win for Eve's sake. Chapter 16. After arriving at the Demon King's castle, we defeated the gatekeepers, the Orichalcum golems, and advanced even further. I'm happy that I could see Setsuna's growth. But it isn't time to be rejoicing. Kieruga. I focus my mind even further. The problem is that the Orichalcum golem is a defense that didn't exist in the previous Demon King's time. It would be better to expect enemies and traps that I wouldn't have known of. I switch my abilities into searching type ones that I gained from imitation heal and make full use of the knowledge that I saved up. The effect of that immediately came in. Good grief. It should be inconvenient to live in a place like this that's full of traps. There are so many traps that it's tiring. I avoided the ones I can avoid, purposely stepped into the ones that can't be avoided to block it, and took time cancelling the ones that were too difficult. Kieruga-sama. Amazing. You saw through all of the traps. Setsuna. Setsuna raises a voice of admiration. I guess. I can see most of them, since I'm good at these sorts of things. Keare. I immediately backstep after stepping into a trap purposely. Countless spears fell from the ceiling. Bloodstains were on the spears, and they were fresh ones. You don't hear of people sneaking into the Demon King's castle, so this is basically proof of someone destroying himself. It's understandable. With this many traps set up, your whole body could get caught in it. I'm starting to see the Demon King's personality. He is extremely cowardly and distrustful. If not, there's no way he would make his own castle have this many traps. I saw that kind of personality from how he immediately expelled the close associates of the previous Demon King when he became the new Demon King. Even if you need to hurry, it still needs to take time. If you don't properly carry out the transfer of control, the country will fall into chaos. A country is not so simple that it can run without objection after the leader suddenly changes one day. In a way, that also means that our strategy this time is also very unreliable. Massacring all the people in the capital city, killing the king, taking over, and then gathering the other people. With the compelling force as a demon king, the demons should obey without question, but there's no change to the fact that it's dangerous. The Demon King's compelling force can't be activated unless you directly tell them your intention. You could say that the real thing starts after Eve becomes the Demon King. There will most likely be rebellions and riots happening in various places, and I'm certain that the current Demon King's influence will guerrilla fighting against us. Even so, I have no other options apart from this. It seems we've finally escaped through this floor. Keare. Escaping through the trap-filled room, we go to a higher floor. Keare Dono. Once we go one floor above, it will be the Demon King's room. We need to be patient for just a bit longer. A person from the Iron Hog tribe raises an excited voice. It unexpectedly ended quite quickly. Even though I thought there would be more difficult enemies, probably because I was thinking about that, those guys appeared. We won't let you go any further than this. Don't think you can defeat us. The Elite Guards. The Elite Guards, or whatever gave their name as they appeared. A human-type demon that possesses a lion face. His whole body is covered in fur, and at a glance, he looks powerful. I see through their power with my jade eye. As expected of the Demon King's Elite Guards, each of them are over level 60. There are hardly any irregulars in this world that have a level limit of 60. On top of their levels being in those numbers, they have taken along a lion-type monster that possesses a snake tail, an advanced level monster, a manticore. Because they were on standby near the Demon King, they must have survived the snow of death by using the barrier. Keare Dono. Our job is to escort your group to the Demon King in an uninjured state. Please leave this to us and go ahead. The Iron Hog tribe raise their voices. Certainly, they are strong as well, but they fall behind quite far compared to the Elite Guards. At best, their levels are in the 40s, and they haven't taken along any monsters. It doesn't seem like they have any chance of winning. I understand. I'll leave this to you. Don't die. Keare. However, there was determination in their eyes. I am not so insensitive that I would trample on that determination. They must have wanted a reason to travel together with us into the Demon King's castle. If they couldn't do anything and just followed us like a shadow, they would be simple baggage. Because they can't forgive that, they decided to prevent the Elite Guards from leaving, considering their spirit. I'll give them a bonus. Transformation Heal. Keare. I used Transformation Heal on the Iron Hog tribe. I can't tamper with other people's statuses, so this time, I removed the limiter on their brain so that they can draw out 100% of their power, and furthermore made their brain secrete excess narcotics so that they won't feel fatigue or pain. With this, they should be able to put up a proper fight. To some extent, power is overflowing inside of me. This should let us do it. I am grateful. Keare Dono. I don't need any thanks. We're the ones that are going to be attacked from behind if you guys collapse after all. Keare. Even in this condition, the Iron Hog tribe will lose if they fight normally. I'll believe in their power that their levels or statuses don't show. Of course. Although I am leaving it to them. It's out of the question if we don't break through first. With a signal from my eye, I call my party closer to me. Setsun receive Eve from the Iron Hog tribe. and carries her on her shoulder. Both her hands would be taken up if she carries her in a princess carry, so carrying them like baggage is the most logical method. With that, she can still use one hand. We're breaking through. Keare, I shout, and charge. Keare and I are at the lead. Do you think we, the elite guards, will let you pass? That was it. The heads of 2 elite guards fall in front of my eyes. Keare took the left one, and I took the right one. For us who have become over level 200, this much doesn't even count as a warm-up. It wouldn't be much of a waste to annihilate these guys here, and leaving the Iron Hog tribe to stop them is just to let them have a highlight scene. While the guys of the elite guards faltered, our party shot through, and the Iron Hog tribe turned around, standing in between the elite guards and our party. Without turning around, I continued running. The Demon King's room is just in front of us. We finally arrived at the Demon King's room. As if inviting us, the gate lock was open. Everyone, we're all prepared, right? Keare. NN. Setsuna can go whenever. Setsuna. If I am with Keare-sama, I don't feel like I will lose. Freya. I wouldn't have ever imagined that I would fight the Demon King in this way. Keare. I will be rooting for you from the rear. Keare-sama. I will properly watch, and shout if there is anything notable. Ellen. Setsuna. Freya, Keare, and Ellen. Everyone is saying reliable things. Incidentally, Kieran is sleeping on top of my head. This worthless kitsune. Eve, who is being carried by Setsuna, opens her eyes. Setsuna tells Eve the current situation. How do you feel? Keare. The worst. The world is spinning. But I'm glad I woke up. I wouldn't want to become the Demon King when I wake up. Eve. Do you not think I might lose? Keare. I can't imagine you of all people losing. Hey, Keare. Will you be by my side even after I become the Demon King? I forget about it from time to time, but you are more or less a human, and I become scared when I think you might leave once I become a Demon King. Eve. There's no way I would do that. I promise you I'll stay close to you. At that time, maybe I could name myself the Black Knight. Keare. What are you talking about? That's so weird. Eve. Eve laughed. I open the gate, and walk into the Demon King's room. It's a spacious room, extravagant and impressive. However, it feels somewhat lonely. Deeper inside the room, there's a throne. There, one man was sitting on it. Like the elite guards, he's a demon with a lion face. He has a big frame that's one size bigger than the elite guards, and their mana is also nothing compared to his mana. Level 180. As expected of the Demon King, his set of skills are all troublesome as well. Although we overwhelm him in terms of level, the Demon King's skill composition is troublesome. No matter how excellent his skills and status is. Deterioration heal should settle our victory it in one blow. There's no need to fear. That's what my reason says, but my instinct is shouting that it won't go that easily. In the first world, Eve, who was the Demon King, killed Bullet, Blade, and made Freya onto the verge of death. If I didn't go, the Demon King would have won against the heroes. A Demon King is that much of an irregular existence. There's no way I should look at it optimistically. That Demon King was holding his large build and made himself smaller. His appearance did not look majestic, but looked awfully lonely. Probably because he noticed us, he broadly grins and stands up from the throne. The unreliableness from before disappeared as if it was a lie, and he was full of Demon King-like ambition. You have come, O heroes. To think the girl from the Kokuyoko tribe would come together with the heroes. Even I couldn't imagine it. Demon King. That sort of thing can happen. In the first place, you joined hands with the humans as well. Keare. I shrug my shoulders. Phew, haha. You are an interesting one. Your method of coming here was also interesting. It seems that those damn humans call demons and Demon Kings atrocious. Even I haven't killed that much, you know. Demon King. He is probably taking about how I destroyed the castle town with the snow of death. It seems so. I won't make any excuses. I'll name myself before killing you, as you are more or less the Demon King, so I need to pay my respects. I am Keare, the hero of healing, a healing magician. Keare. I am Huku of the King Beast tribe, the King of Kings, a Demon King. Now, come, O heroes, try and kill, save me. Huku. The Demon King roars, and then, We draw our swords and run towards him. I will win this fight, make Eve the Demon King, and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 17. I am facing Demon King Haku. The Demon King has a lion head and a human body, fitting of a Demon King. He is a very high level and has an extra high status. Furthermore, he possesses multiple powerful skills. I won't let my guard down. He's not an opponent that I can win against with my guard down. I will definitely decide it with deterioration heal. For that sake, I want a chance. Setsuna, Keare, I leave the vanguard to you two. Make sure to not take any of his attacks. Dodge everything. Keare, NN. Leave it to us. Setsuna. I understand. Keare. Setsuna and Keare jump out. Setsuna extends her ice claws, and Keare draws out her sword. Then, they both attack from blind spots as if putting the Demon King between them. Demon King Haku stands up in a calm and composed state. His claws grow long, and shine blackly. It's similar to Setsuna's ice claws and style, but he originally has a large build. In proportion to that, his claws become massive. Far from the size of Setsuna's claws, it's as big as Setsuna herself. That signifies the length of his reach. Not only that, each and every one of them are dreadfully sharp. They would probably even rip up a magic sword. No, that's not a prediction. I'm certain you wouldn't expect it from that large build. But he has a skill called corrosion. People who touch him will corrode instantly. Because he has that power, I told them not to take his hits. The sword that takes it will break, and his claws would probably continue on to attack Keare and Setsuna. The Demon King swings his claws towards Keare, who entered his range first. The claws of corrosion assault Keare at a speed that even the top swordsman wouldn't be able to see, to say nothing of an ordinary person. On top of not being able to receive it, he swept sideways, so his attack range is abnormally wide. To avoid this, she would need to jump up. But if that happens, Demon King Haku would use his remaining left hand to checkmate her. She can't avoid a pursuit midair. Therefore, Keare chose the third option. Just as she landed, she sent the ground flying with a kick, and returned back at ultra-high speed. A mysterious scene that looked like time rewound itself appeared before my eyes. Together with a thunderous sound, claws passed by a few millimeters away from Kura's face, and in the next moment, Keare sprung at him with a violent sword thrust. It's a rushing thrust. Seeing through Demon King Haku's blow, she thrusted after confirming that her sword will reach faster than the pursuit. Keare. And, that decision wasn't wrong. Kura's sword certainly reached Demon King Haku. However, the blade didn't pierce him. The bristle covering his body defended against the Sword Saint's attack. The bristle that's covering the Demon King's body in itself is the armor. Keare drops her center of gravity enough to make her crawl on the ground. His strong arm grazes right above her, making Keare get blown off. The grazed part of her flesh is corroding and hollowing. Setsuna approaches from behind the Demon King. The Demon King needed to completely concentrate on Keare, so he was being neglectful in being cautious. In addition, Setsuna has soft, soundless movements, so he couldn't sense her at this distance. Setsuna is smart. She doesn't think that her attack would pierce the Demon King when Kura's blow couldn't. So the moment her ice claws touch, she's freezing him with the part she touched as the focus. Then, at the same time Demon King Haku turns his body towards Setsuna. She detaches her ice claws and jumps backwards with all her power, escaping from the Demon King's attack range. Setsuna only froze him, and she doesn't think she can give any damage to him. This is just a preparatory step. As if changing places with Setsuna, Keare once again closes the distance and stabs the frozen fur. Then, the fur crumbles together with the ice. Exactly, Setsuna froze him for this sake. The hardness of that fur did not defend against Kura's thrust. The softness and smoothness that made the sword slide is important. By freezing it, those become useless. Now, she can cut his flesh next time by ignoring the troublesome fur. Insolent Haku, together with Demon King Haku's shout, the black power that had only been covering his claws started cover his whole body, becoming spherical and spreading all at once. Setsuna covered her body in mana and the power she called chi, and Setsuna made ice walls with all her power. At the same time the explosion of black darkness settled, Setsuna collapsed. Her flesh has decayed all over her body. She's still breathing. Although she's on the verge of death, I can use recovery heal as long as she's alive. Keare seems to have somehow defended against it, but the damage is large. However, in addition to the exhaustion after releasing a bold move, the Demon King has also let his guard down as he defeated Setsuna and weakened Keare's power. To Demon King Haku in that state, a flame sphere flies at him from the front. It's Freya's magic. It seems too plain of a magic for the hero of magic who has mastered the magic to reduce an army of 1,000 to ashes. For the appearance, at least, that tiny fireball has the same amount of power that rank 7 magic, which is 2 above rank 5 magic, the limit for humans. Yes, that tiny fireball has enough heat to create hell in this world. That's how much compression there is. The difficulty is several times harder than firing it normally. That effort paid off, as the power was tremendous. Demon King Haku grabbed that fireball with his arm clad in black power. I had ordered Freya to immediately drive magic at the Demon King with all her might if Setsuna and Keare make a chance. Freya held her breath, and continued waiting for a chance to definitely hit him. One after the other. Don't underestimate me that much. Haku. The Demon King crushes the fireball with his hand. He corroded the flames with corrosion. However, the compensation was large as his right hand that crushed the flames carbonized, and he is breathing heavily after exhausting much mana and stamina. If this much power is used consecutively, even a Demon King will become like this. Thanks to that, he's full of weak spots. I can drive my decisive attack into him. Deterioration heal. Keare. Even Freya's magic that was driven into him by Setsuna and Keare making a chance was a decoy. The moment the Demon King turned his consciousness towards the fireball, I started running and approached close enough to his feet. The real decisive attack is my deterioration heal. It breaks the opponent by changing their body into an incorrect one with recovery heal. An instant death attack. Until now, not a single person has defended against deterioration heal. I won't use Divine Arms Georgius. Although slight, in exchange for sending deterioration heal, it sacrifices mana and precision. To soundly dispose of the Demon King, I want to directly throw it into him. Both my eyes shine. One eye is the jade eye I received from the spirits of the stars. Magic eyes that see through everything in this world. One eye is the Kokushigan I received from the god bird. Magic eyes that see the future. I made a strategy after seeing through all of the opponent's abilities, and by even seeing several seconds into the future, I sense it and crush the sprouts of counterattack. Theoretically, as long as I have these 2 eyes, I won't lose against anyone. I can see Demon King Haku's movements several seconds ahead with the magic eye. At the same time the opponent creates a phantom body. He plans to dodge by shifting his real body. As long as I can see it, I won't fall for it. I calmly confirmed the real body and touched it, ignoring the phantom. Deterioration heal activates. This time, I thoroughly remade his body. I block the exits of his heart, destroy his spinal cord and made it so no oxygen would be sent to his brain. Freya, hit him with all your power. Don't stop until he turns into ash. Keare. Please leave it to me. Keare-sama. Freya fires magic at the collapsed Demon King Haku. While being cautious of Demon King Haku, I first heal Keare, and then run up to Setsuna, using recovery heal on her. Due to recovery heal, Setsuna, who was on the verge of death, opens her eyes. Keare-sama. Setsuna lost again. Sorry. Setsuna. No, you carried out your role perfectly. You worked even better than I expected. Keare. It's not just flattery. Setsuna actually did do well. The scenery in my Kokushigan dyes red. In a few seconds, my head will go flying. Drawing my sword, I put it in front of my neck. A high-pitched shrill was made, and black claws touched the sword, decaying it. Since I had anticipated that to happen, I jumped while holding Setsuna before the sword decayed. There, Demon King Haku in perfectly good health was there. Strange. I know he didn't possess any regeneration abilities. However, my deterioration heal has the power to change their correct condition. Even if he has any regeneration abilities, he should only be able to return to the appearance I remade. That's why it brings certain death. Even the knights that were afflicted by the black power were powerless before deterioration heal. And I saw with my jade eye that Demon King Haku doesn't have any skills to overturn deterioration heal. Oh hero, you seem to have a surprised face. You can see inside of me with those eyes, which is exactly why you cannot accept it. Haku. Demon King Haku grins. However, that was just on the surface. As someone that had been deceived since the olden days, I can see his expression behind his mask. Sorry for disappointing you. Certainly, it seems I was too fixated on what I could see. Demon King Haku. What's backing you up from behind? Keare. It's simple if I think about it. If Demon King Haku shouldn't be able to stand up after receiving deterioration heal, then there must be someone behind the scenes. It's hard to believe there is an existence that can do whatever he likes to the Demon King's body from a distance that we can't see. It seems your brain isn't bad. Haku, don't worry, I'll properly kill you. That's probably your wish after all. Keare. The methods to regenerate after receiving deterioration heal is limited. 1. An ability to re-establish their correct condition. 2. To preserve information about their correct body condition outside of their body. It's one of those two. It's just my intuition, but it's the latter. Someone is healing Demon King Haku to the condition they remember him in. There seems to be a healing magician with the equal skill as me. How cheeky. Yeah, kill me. You need to do so. I end up killing everything. I am scared. As long as I am the Demon King, everyone will betray me, scorn me, and try to kill me. Above all, the Demon King itself will devour me. I have been rapidly disappearing after becoming Demon King. Tell me, who am I? Is Haku really me? Haku. Demon King Haku's figure becomes bigger, his body further enlarges, and he became a beast that treads on the ground with forelimbs. Piercing his stomach, a blade sticks out from both sides and bends frontward, transforming into a halberd. That appearance isn't just for show. Looking at him with jade eye, his joking status dumbfounds me. Also, as expected of a Demon King, it wouldn't be worth fighting him if he couldn't do this much. It seems the opponent has finally become serious. We'll also do our best from now on. Keare. Now, let's go for round 2. I'm already starting to get tired of this. If there's any interference from the outside, I can search for a magic that kills him under that hypothesis. If it's me, I can do that. Please, feel free to read it. And, I will be happy if you could press the support button. Also, Volume 2 will be released on the 1st of December. It's a book I worked hard on writing new parts, with erotic and rape scenes that I can't write on now. By all means, please read it. Chapter 18. Demon King Haku transformed into his second form. Even though we were struggling with his first form, my head is hurting. Demon King Haku's ability, corrosion, is extremely troublesome. If he touches us, we'll be affected by it and melt. Even trying to defend against it isn't allowed, since evasion is difficult against his overwhelming speed. And his defense is extremely annoying as well. His bristle even repels Keare's blade, and even if we break through that bristle and damage him, he'll just regenerate. My deterioration heal doesn't work either. Freya, I'm counting on you for support. Keare. Certainly, Keare-sama. Freya. Demon King Haku transformed from a human beast to a beast, and the power of corrosion that only covered his claws now covers his whole body. If he's covered in corrosion like that, close combat is completely ineffective. After all, due to the black aura that covers his body, our fists or swords will decay from corrosion before it reaches him. I activate Divine Arms Georgios. With Georgios, I can fire deterioration heal. Rank 7 Magic, Ice Prison. Freya. Freya activates Supreme Ice Magic. From the ground, gigantic ice pillars grow towards the sky, forming a prison. Demon King Haku is imprisoned in the ice cage, and was frozen in ice. It isn't just normal ice. It's absolute zero magic ice of the highest hardness. If it's an opponent we can't kill, we can seal his movements by freezing him in ice. The basis of the counter plan is the same against the knights afflicted by the black power. However, of course this happens. Keare. The absolute zero magic ice that possesses the highest hardness is cracking. Corrosion is happening. Even if the body itself gets frozen in ice, it seems corrosion continues being active. And, I found out one important thing. Corrosion takes time if there's enough mana as Freya put in her magic. It was within expectations for the ice prison to break. In front of Demon King Haku, Keare had lowered her back deeply with her sword resting in its scabbard. Moonlight, Keare. At the same time the ice completely broke, Keare releases an AI slash with all her power. Demon King Haku is using the power of corrosion to break the ice, so the moment he breaks the ice, the power of corrosion and the ice cancel each other out, making a moment of defenselessness. A sword would reach in that moment, and the Sword Saint would be able to drive her sword into him in an instant. A crack appears in the beast's face, and blood spouts out. Unshameful to the name Sword Saint, the fastest and strongest blow, it would have been an instant death for a normal creature. However, so even this doesn't kill you. Keare. Demon King Haku's face that was split right in half immediately joins together, and he swings his strong arm. Keare just barely evades it with her extremely fast way of running. Taking advantage of the chance, I get near him. Deterioration heal, Keare. With Georgios's ability, I fire Deterioration heal. It doesn't keep the same accuracy as when I touch him directly, so I make a rough image of all his blood vessels blocking up. Because it came into contact with corrosion, I feel my mana damping. It somehow reached him. Although I can't block up all of his blood vessels, I blocked multiple important arteries. Blood vessels exploded in succession due to the dammed up blood. Haku. Demon King Haku writhes in pain. If blood doesn't go around the body, living things can't maintain their life activity. As expected, he recovered from this as well. Keare. Demon King Haku regenerated again. It seems like we are repeating pointless actions, but there is a meaning behind these acts. It's something I understand because I'm a user of recovery heal as well. Compared to accelerating your own resilience, the amount of mana used to rewrite is in a different league. Furthermore, in proportion to the distance, the amount of mana used for recovery heal springs up. The size of the target you heal is also important. Keare and I have been giving him injuries that simply accelerating his own resilience could do nothing about, and whoever is healing Demon King Haku should be in a place quite far away. Furthermore, Demon King Haku, the target of healing, has a large build. All the conditions connect to a vast consumption of mana. Every time he is healed, an unbelievable amount of mana should be consumed. So, they shouldn't be able to heal him that many times. Our aim is simple. We're going to continue breaking him until he can't be healed anymore, is what I was thinking, but it seems one prerequisite was mistaken. There's something I understood from staring at him with jade eye the moment he recovered. The person that is healing Demon King Haku is in an extremely close position to him. What's wrong? I thought you were going to kill me. Show me some more schemes. Haku. As a beast, Demon King Haku shouts and springs at us. I thought he lost his reason when he became a beast, but it seems that didn't happen. I see the future with the eye I received from the god bird. I've been checkmated. Even if I can see several seconds in the future, I can't defend against it no matter what with my power. That's how different Demon King Haku's speed is after becoming a beast. A close-up of his face spreads in front of my eyes. His mouth widens, trying to crunch me. Protecting my right arm with all my power, I bash his fangs, breaking through my defenses of mana. The power of corrosion melts my right arm. Blood spouts out. However, my fist reached him before it melted off, sending him backwards from the reaction of the hit, preventing him from crunching me. He smiles, and chases after me to follow up. Then, an extra large ice spear pierces his flank. It's Freya, a simple magic that sends a shot of ice flying with a wind explosion. Because of its overwhelming speed, it hits before the ice melts from corrosion, blowing him away. My melted right arm comes back from Divine Arms Georgios's automatic recovery heal. Freya, protect yourself. Keare. Seeing Freya be crunched with my future vision, I shout. Freya immediately produces a spiked mud wall with magic. She just barely made it in time. Demon King Haku that leapt towards Freya struck the wall, getting skewered by the countless spikes on the wall. The mud wall that had the same vast amount of mana as the ice from before endured corrosion to a certain extent as well. While smiling, Demon King Haku continued breaking the wall that protects Freya as he extracted the spikes. To protect herself, Freya added a magic formula to make the mud wall thicker. Keare, it seems to be more problematic than we thought. Keare, true. However, I finally saw a chance of winning. It's his flank. Whatever is healing him isn't there. Keare, we'll continue breaking him until he can't be healed anymore. There doesn't seem to be enough resources to do that, and if we continue like this, our side will be annihilated. Since I thought it might turn out like this, I continued exploring for a different solution. I stare at him with jade eye at the exact timing when he regenerates. I thought of trying to find a path of mana that connects to the outside to destroy whatever is healing Demon King Haku. However, no paths of mana from the outside could be found, and I didn't notice the trick at the start. But I finally found the truth when he was healed after I used Deterioration Heal before. There is something inside of Demon King Haku. The moment he regenerated, I saw mana that didn't belong to Demon King Haku spring up inside his body. If I kill that one, the situation will change. The problem is how I can cut open Demon King Haku's stomach. If you leave it to me, I can do something about it. Eve. It's Eve. Eve, who was resting her body while being guarded by Keare, gets her staggering body up. You would probably be able to do it. But do you even understand your own state of health? Keare, yeah, my light magic can do it. It will surely go through him. Eve, Freya's ice spear already proved that using overwhelming speed that pierces before being afflicted by corruption is effective. I'm certain that light magic would be even more effective than that. However, Eve is already worn out from using the god bird. Exercising her power anymore would affect her life. Keare, don't make that kind of face. This is my battle. I'm the one that needs to risk my life. Eve starts gathering mana. If she tries firing strong enough light magic that will pierce Demon King Haku, there is a high possibility she will die. Even though I know that, I can't throw cold water over Eve's resolution. On her head, Keare in her kitsune cub appearance gets on her. If you're a divine beast contractor, it's easy for Keare to match wavelengths. Eve gives me food, so I'll give her special mana. Keare shakes her body. Keare's mana flows into Eve. Thanks. I feel a bit more energetic now. Eve, show your good faith in meat, not words. Keare, yeah, I'll give you a reward later. Eve, contract established. I'll pour in a lot more mana. Keare, matching wavelengths and giving mana without burdening the other party is extremely difficult, and is close to impossible for even the best magicians. For her to easily do that, as expected of a divine beast, I guess. In the case of my looting heal, I make use of it by healing myself when I receive damage from the rejection of taking in mana that doesn't match me. Freya's mud wall stops growing. She's probably out of mana, and she doesn't seem to be able to reinforce the wall anymore. At this rate, Freya will be killed. One part of the mud wall breaks, and I see Freya's scared face. At that timing, Eve finishes loading her mana. Keare, where should I shoot? Eve, leave it to me. Keare, I hold Eve tightly from behind, and fine-tune the direction of her hand towards Demon King Haku, his flank that is close to his hind legs. Something is in there. It has been camouflaged well, and it doesn't emit any mana apart from when he regenerates. However, I've already seen through it. The mud wall protecting Freya completely collapses, and Freya gets teary-eyed, trying to protect her face with her arms. Fire it just like this, straight ahead. Keare, yeah, here I go. Holy light explosion. Eve, it's not the light magic Eve always uses, it's a more high-ranking one. A technique that she had been secretly practicing by herself. A torrent of explosive light fires from Eve's hand. That light pierces straight through Demon King Haku's corruption and flank, piercing the wall behind him and illuminating the night sky. Well done, Eve. Keare. Eve didn't reply. She fainted. Although she received mana from Keare, releasing magic with her current physical condition itself is reckless. However, I can see that her life isn't in a serious condition. It's because Eve's magic formula was perfect, There weren't any backlashes from poorly using magic. My injury isn't healing. I see, so I was finally released from this abominable fetus. Kokuyoko tribe girl. Were you the one that did it? Haku. Ignoring the cornered Freya, Demon King Haku turns his face towards my direction. From the large hole in his stomach, a disgusting, gray, fetus like something that is around the size of a head fell, making a loud noise. That thing didn't have a lower half, and was dead. That's the something that was healing the Demon King. I thank you. Now I can die. My pain, suffering, hunger, irritation and anger will all be gone. I am free. Haku. He is delightfully laughing loudly. That blow right now didn't only kill the fetus inside the Demon King, but also seriously damaged several important organs, and blood keeps pouring out. With every second, Demon King Haku is nearing death. Demon King Haku. What is that? Why was something like that living inside your body? Keare. For some reason, I couldn't see Demon King Haku's memories and experiences when I used deterioration heal on him. That was my first time experiencing something like that. Therefore, I asked him, if that girl becomes the next Demon King, she will know. In the end, a Demon King is just one pawn. I wanted to become a Demon King that much, but once I became one, I learned the truth and regretted it. I wasn't supposed to become the Demon King. However, I am the Demon King. Doing something Demon King-like at the very end was just for a brief entertainment. Oh heroes, let's fight. Haku. While spilling blood, Demon King Haku charges with an expression of joy. Demon King Haku can't even maintain corrosion anymore. I also go towards him. It's unlike me to do this, but he called me a hero. In that case, I have to fulfill that role as well. Our bodies cross. Demon King Haku. It seems that I was stronger. Keare. Just before he pierced my throat with his fangs, I twisted off all of his muscles with deterioration heal. I purposely didn't give him an instant death, leaving several seconds of room for him before he dies. I put him in a condition where he can't move a single bit. For Eve from now on, I wanted his memories and experiences. I use imitation heal. That is the easiest to read through his memories. I concentrate completely, and try to read through all his hidden memories. As I thought, there's a lock on them. I forcibly break through them. The more Demon King Haku gets closer to dying, the defenses loosen, but I won't be able to read them if he dies. Demon King Haku died. In the short time of 1 second before he died, the defenses loosened. In that time, I was able to gain small, disconnected parts of information. So that's what a Demon King is. Keare. It came out in words, and I almost feel like laughing. That's quite the clown act. I turn around from sensing tremendous mana and light behind me, and the back of Eve's hand was shining. The Demon King candidate crest changed. It seems that Eve was chosen as the next Demon King. Our aim has been completed. All that's left is to collect the Philosopher's Stone from Demon King Haku's body and leave this place. To protect Eve who has become the Demon King, there's something I need to do. Eve is my lover. I can't just let her go through misfortune before my eyes. And now, Volume 2 will be released on the 1st of December. I worked hard to writing newly written text like sex and rape that I can't write on now. By all means, please read it. Anyways, I want to get something off my chest right now, so just ignore it if you want. So a few weeks ago I noticed this guy comment about how I censored a word in the novel, and that's it's a pretty big taboo as a translator, despite the fact that there was actually a censor in the original text, which I showed to him in a reply, although there wasn't a reply back. Then, a few days ago I read a review on Novel Updates from probably the same guy considering the date and content. The review says how I censored/changed the author's original work to make it more PC-like. First, I haven't censored anything of my own accord, and I've never said that I'm trying to make my translation more PC. I tried to stay as loyal as I could to the rules as I could, and sure, my translations are bad, so my translations might not live up to the rules, but even then, of course, unless the author changed parts of the story from when I translated it, it should basically be the same. Oh, I do take out bits from the author's notes sometimes, such as when the author says click the button on this page or whatever, because you guys can't click it, so there's no point translating it. But that probably has nothing to do with this because it isn't part of the story. Anyways, he says the ego and arrogance of the translators made me fairly upset, which is already damn annoying. But he even says I have a huge, higher respect for translators and almost always am very openly thankful for their work. But I absolutely cannot stand people that don't like something about the story so they change it as if it is their story to change. So basically, this guy either hates me or my translations and pretends to have read the web novel to try and insult me, or he's actually stupid and can't see the big-ass censors in the middle of the words. Another possibility is that this guy thinks I'm translating the light novel, even though it clearly says web novel on novel updates, since there probably wouldn't be a censor on the word retard in the light novel, and there are sex scenes that weren't shown on the web novel. But that also means that this guy is just stupid. Sigh. Well, that review pissed me off, and for some reason there are 6 likes on it. Epilogue. I defeated Demon King Haku and read through his memories. Thinking back on it now, I never understood what kind of existence a demon king is. Humans only know that a demon king is a person that controls demons and monsters, and endangers humans with evil influence. The demon side shouldn't be that different either. They have the surface information of how you gain outrageous strength and the ability to control all demons the moment you turn into a demon king, but no one knows anything further than that. No. I guess I should be saying it was hidden on purpose. Who is the source of the Demon King's strength? And why does that existence give the Demon King strength? Once you start doubting it, it feels suspicious. Though for suspiciousness, the existence of heroes is the same. Demon King Haku came into contact with this secret. The Diral King was not given strength due to the Demon King's power, but through the power of the existence that gives the Demon King power. And then, sensing a tremendous swell of mana, I immediately jumped to the side. A mana bullet pierces the place I was at. After I evaded that, many more followed after me in succession. I continue running, and continue dodging. As I am now at level 200, I don't feel the need to even dodge any ordinary attacks. But I can't let this attack directly hit me. I search for the figure of the enemy. There's only one person in the world that can bombard with this much power and rapid fire. Ha ha ha, as expected of my Keare. Well done defeating the Demon King. However, I did tell you that an interference would come. Bullet, the hero of the gun, Bullet, appeared in the Demon King's room while taking along many knights. A dark-skinned, skinhead giant. Since the black miasma can only give immortality, he shouldn't have become stronger, and yet, what is this absurd destructive power? It can't even compare to Bullet in the battle against the Demon King in the First World. While dodging the gun's rain, I look at Setsuna and Keare. Both of them are being attacked by Black Knights, and have their hands filled with protecting Freya, who used up all her mana, so they have no room to support me. I solely continue avoiding. What's wrong? Are you just going to run? How boring, Keare. Bullet. His voice strangely coils about. This bastard. His crotch is swelling while shooting. Keare is making an amazing face. If she sees the man she idolized in this kind of appearance, of course she would be surprised. Keare calls out to Bullet, but Bullet is either ignoring her on purpose, or can only see me, as he isn't responding. I'm finally starting to see the bullets. Keare. While evading, I seized an opportunity. I'll change to counterattacking soon. It was just at the moment I thought of that. Bullet broadly grins, stops shooting at me, and points his muzzle towards Eve. A high-pitched sound started reverberating. A charge shot. Overwhelming light comes from the divine Guntathlum. Defeating Bullet from this position before he shoots is impossible. Guren, Eve's guard, can't block an attack with that much power either. There's only one option. Shit. Keare. I have no choice but to protect Eve. I just barely make it. Eve is my lover, so I can't just abandon her. As I ran up to Eve, I changed the allotment of my status by using Transformation Heal. Sacrificing attack power and speed, I increased defense and magical power to the limit. A bold belt of light is spat out of divine Guntathlum. I wring out all the mana from my whole body and make a wall, but the wall gets shaved little by little, then gouging my flesh. While it's being gouged, the power of automatic recovery repairs. No, not even that can catch up. As my arms, that I used to defend myself, turned into ash. The light ceases, as the divine Guntarthlam ran out of charge. Automatic recovery caught up. My arms come back. Bully Kearuga. Ah, my Kearu, don't call my name so passionately. It's giving me an erection. Well, I had it since a while ago though. Bullet. Drawing my sword, I charge while changing my status to emphasize on attack and speed. It's straight after he fired a bombardment of that extent. He won't be able to shoot a decent bombardment. I'll decide it before his next shot. This sword is a decoy. By turning his attention to the sword, I'll make him unable to fight with divine arms Giorgio's that can fire deterioration heal. Even if he's immortal, it doesn't matter. He jumps backwards. Futile. I'm faster. No. He didn't just move back. There's a dark hole between us. From there, black knights gush forth and spring at me. TCH, deterioration heal. Kearuga. Without caring, I fire deterioration heal. To sever transmissions from the nervous system, I crumple their spinal cords. Even if they're immortal, they're helpless if they get cornered in an immobile state. Although I was able to disable the Black Knights, Bullet is far in the rear. He laughs. I wanted to play with you for a bit more, Kearu. Our objective has ended, so we are ending here for today. My Kearu, do you know what this is? Bullet. In his hand, he's holding a jewel redder than blood. The Demon King's heart, the Philosopher's Stone. While Bullet was stalling me with a bombardment, the Black Knights must have gouged Demon King Haku's heart and obtained it. Return it. That's mine. Kearuga. I definitely can't lose the Philosopher's Stone. I worked this hard to obtain it after all. I can't return it. If you want it no matter what, come to the Diral Castle. Sweet Kearu, I will be waiting for you there. Bullet. Even more Black Knights get created and rush out, and he also had the divine Guntarthlam at the ready. It's not a bombardment. The quality of the light is different. Shit, he's intending to do that. Everyone, close your eyes and block your ears. Kearuga. I shout. Setsuna, Keare, and Freya, who were trying to assist me by repelling the nearby Black Knights, do as they were told. Keare transformed into her girl form, and blocked Eve's ears after flattening her kitsune ears. A bullet of light is fired from divine Guntarthlam, and bursts open. Loud enough volume to shake the walls, and bright enough light to paint the world white. It's a trick he uses often when running. When I opened my eyes, Bullet and the Black Knight's followers had already disappeared. Freya, do you have enough mana to use heat source detection? Kearuga. Yes, just barely. I tried using it. It was no use. There are no heat sources in the detection range. Freya. He really did it. From the start, their arm was the Philosopher's Stone. Since they can't defeat the Demon King, they were probably waiting for us to defeat the Demon King. In the first world, the Diral King and Princess Flare were planning to perform a forbidden spell by using the Philosopher's Stone. It will be problematic if they use that. No matter what, I need to take back the Philosopher's Stone. Once we prepare, we'll immediately depart towards the Diral Kingdom. If what he said at the end about the Diral Castle was a bluff, then it's quite capable of causing a fatal wound. But I know Bullet's personality well. He definitely wouldn't make such a stupid lie like that. For the time being, let's wait until Eve wakes up. Kearuga. Although few, there are survivors of the Demon King, and those guys outside of the city will eventually come back to attack us, so there's no problem. Eve became the Demon King. As long as Eve wakes up, she can make absolute compliance orders to all demons and monsters. Freya, there really aren't any heat source reactions apart from us in the effective range, right? Kearuga. I searched all over, but I could not find any. Freya. I see. Kearuga. The fact that there are no heat sources apart from us in Freya's heat source detection means that the Iron Hog tribe that was fighting below was annihilated. It's natural to think they were attacked by Bullet and Go while fighting the elite guards. They would be helpless against Bullet. The people of the Iron Hog tribe were good people. I might have even been able to call them friends. However, Bullet killed them. My heart fills up with hatred. Even though I already can't forgive him for stealing the Philosopher's Stone, he even stole my friends' lives. I will certainly kill Bullet and the Diral King, who gave Bullet the order. Before killing them, I'll humiliate them and give them the suffering of hell. Just as he wishes, I will go to the Diral Castle. That is not due to a sense of justice nor a sense of obligation. It's just revenge. An hour had passed as we rested our bodies in the Demon King's room. No one has appeared in this room apart from us. Currently, I'm staring at Eve's sleeping face. I treated Eve's body with recovery heal, and made her drink a MP recovery potion by mouth-to-mouth feeding so she can restore her exhausted mana. It should be about time for her to wake up. Eve's eyelids move, and she slowly opens her eyes. Keare, this place is Eve, the Demon King's room. We were waiting for you to wake up here. Keare, being able to rest in this kind of place means that we won. Eve, that's right. You became the next Demon King. Keare. Eve slowly looks at the back of her hand. The Demon King crest is engraved on it. Hiding her face with her arms, she sobs. We did it. Now the Kokuyoko tribe won't be persecuted anymore. I can finally gather everyone. Eve, the Kokuyoko tribe was persecuted by the Demon King, so some made a village, whereas the majority spread up, living while holding their breaths. Because Eve became the Demon King, from the position of being persecuted, they will become a tribe that receives blessings from the Demon King. Well, there's a problem with it as well. They will probably spit out all the resentment and hatred they accumulated from living a tough, painful life of being persecuted. They will probably persecute the tribes that have been persecuting them, and will petition to the Demon King, Eve, to do so. If that isn't held down, the same thing will just happen again. Next time, a different tribe will kill Eve, who became the Demon King, trying to save their comrades. As a revenger myself, I can understand the feelings of the Kokuyoko tribe that wants to clear their resentment, but for Eve's happiness, I will mercilessly interfere with other people's revenge. If not, I would have my hands full with protecting Eve. Eve, you better not change. Keare. What is it? All of a sudden. Eve, it means exactly what I said. Since I like you as you are now, I would be sad if you changed. Keare. You're being weird. I am myself. Eve. I had read through Demon King Haku's memories. Demon King Haku was originally a kind, timid demon that desperately acted strong to protect his own tribe. However, he sensed himself become more aggressive and cruel by the day. His original self probably wouldn't have persecuted all of the tribes that received good treatment from the previous Demon King. He became scared of slowly not being himself anymore. And when he started to thoroughly investigate information about Demon Kings, he ended up learning the truth. If you become the Demon King, the surroundings and yourself will change. Be careful not to lose sight of yourself. Keare. That's true. Various people will approach me, so I need to make sure not to get carried along. Eve. Demon King Haku's investigation linked the truth together. An existence called the Black God is the source of the Demon King's strength. And the Black God wants a soul to become an offering, as well as a body to resurrect itself in the present world. Pulled by the Black God's conscience, the Demon Kings become belligerent, become to like ravages of war, and give souls as offerings to the Black God by making countless lives drop. Not only that, the Black God strengthens the Demon King so that they can become a vessel for it. Once it eventually obtains enough offerings, the Black God will descend to the world, occupying the Demon King's body and eats their soul. That's the kind of mechanism behind it. Demon King Haku also investigated multiple resisting methods. One of them is to steal an offering the Black God collects, and delay its revival. However, that has an unexpected adverse effect. By giving the Black Gods polluted offerings to humans and demons, they can turn into immortal monsters. This is the truth behind how the Diral King makes Black Knights. To strongly control Demon King Haku, who caused a rebellion, it embedded a terminal inside his body. That is the truth behind Demon King Haku's immortality, the disgusting fetus. Well then, Eve woke up as well, so let's do it soon. Keare. I let out a bright voice. Eve will eventually start being polluted by the Black God, and I want to prevent that somehow. I won't tell the person herself, and it would only worry her if I told her. Do what? Eve. The Demon King's inauguration greeting. Keare. I show a small smile. I was planning on waiting for the previous Demon King's subordinates, but it's no use. There's a much faster method. Since this room has no window, I pierce a wall. And then, I used wind magic. By changing the refractive index of light with wind, I enlarge the target's appearance in the sky. Eve darts her eyes about when she sees her appearance showed in the sky. When I look down, I see the Demon King army, that came back from the other towns, pointing their fingers at the sky while shouting something. Eve, you have to tell them you became the Demon King. I'll send your voice with wind. Keare. Sound is a vibration in the air. By amplifying it with wind, it can even reach the designated position. Wait a minute. Even if you say something like that all of a sudden. Eve, I'll start sending your voice in another 10 seconds. Keare. Only 10 seconds? Just a bit more. Eve, 5 more seconds. Keare. Eve's appearance that looks like she's about to blow a fuse is amusing, so I was about to laugh. With my fingers, I count down 3, 2, 1. Just as I declared, I use magic to send her voice throughout the whole town. I'm Eve of the Kokyoku tribe. I defeated the previous Demon King, Haku. From now on, I am the Demon King. Make sure to obey me. Eve, without any majesty, she's like Eve from before. Since she blew her fuse too much, it seems her head couldn't think of anything other than what she has to say. I was at the limit of enduring my laughter, so I stopped the room projection and amplification. It was quite amusing. Looking below, demons are heading to the castle with great haste. Once they arrive, we'll inform the whole territory the Demon King controls of the birth of a new Demon King with the Demon King's absolute compliance order. Keare. You're so mean. Eve, we achieved our objective, so it's fine. Rather than that, those demons are going to intrude on us in a bit. To flatly reject them, we should start preparing from now. Keare. When I say that, she stops complaining to me and desperately thinks with her head. According to Demon King Haku's investigation, the mind corruption pace is faster the weaker your heart is. Despite her looks, Eve's heart is strong. She should be fine for a while. We'll test various things while we still have time. I might even be able to restore the changing Eve with recovery heal. While Eve is still safe, I will finish my revenge and take back the Philosopher's Stone. After all, if they try to do the same thing as they were going to do in the first world, even the demons would all be annihilated. Even without that, this is also my revenge. Finishing revenge quickly is my policy. I absolutely can't forgive people who steal from me. The hero of the gun, bullet. Like Princess Flare and the hero of the sword, blade. You injured me even in this world and stole from me. I'll make you receive plenty of retribution. Author's note: with this, Volume 5 of Kaifuku Jutsushi no Yaranoshi has ended. Next time, it will be Volume 6, and we'll move to the Diral Kingdom. And Kadokawa Sneakers Volume 2 version will be released on the 1st of December, gold. I wrote lots of new parts this time as well. Please read it.